Hello. Yeah. Now it's working. Hello, everybody. Yeah, there are a lot of people in the venue, but not here. Yeah, please come on, come on. Yeah, just come and sit down. Just we are beginning this first day of Mzansi Esports Champions with the business meeting day. So the purpose of this day is to make people talk together, share their experience, and discover new partnership. And we will have a lot of guests and content creator players coming on the stage today. So we are really late, so I will run really fast for this first part of the business meeting days. So we will just start with a brief overview of the event. What is this event? This event, Mzansi Sport Champion, is part of a series of events we started last year with the Institut Français of Paris. We will have the time to talk about that soon with the director of Institut Français of South Africa. Sorry. This event, this series of events, is supposed to gather female players in the esports African ecosystem. So we started last year with the Swahili Esports Champions in Kenya, in Nairobi, during the NACON Comic Con in Nairobi, with 8 female players from East Africa. It was in November last year, and then it was a real success with the partnership of the Institut Français of Paris. That's why we decided to come for a second edition last week in Kinshasa, DRC, in Congo, with now this time 8 female players from Central Africa. And this is the third edition of the Esports Champions, this time with 8 female players from your region, Southern Africa. So it is not only a competition, it's really the purpose to highlight the female esports scene in Africa. And the goal, the final goal, is to gather all female players on Tekken from the continent, and why not on other titles, why not FIFA, PUBG Mobile, and other games. This Mzansi Sports Champions will start with these business meetings today with many keynote panels, and you have the chance to meet people that you never seen here from France and other region of Africa, and you will have the chance, of course, to ask some question if you want. And this is the first day. Then tomorrow you will have the beginning of the competition with the first stages of the Tekken competition with the 8 players. And then Sunday will be the big finals here of the competitions with the best players from the group stages coming here to fight for the title of the queen of African Tekken tournaments. We have the chance to have a great ambassador with Queen Arrow. I don't know if she is somewhere, but yeah, you should meet her in a few minutes. We have this chance to have Queen Arrow as the ambassador of the competition since last year. This is it for me, and now I will ask our host, Michael James from the Red Expo, to come just for a word, please. Yeah, thank you, Michael. I give you the mic just to introduce yourself, introduce your events, and perhaps a small word on this partnership.
Yes, hi. Okay, my name is Michael James. I'm the owner of the event that you see before you. Yeah, we're quite excited to have Mzansi Esports here, especially because of who it's focusing on and the prospects for the future as well. So, Rage as a brand is very excited to partner with brands like yourself and that, and have all these wonderful ladies here competing and all these business meetings as well. So it's good for the energy of the event and the show and the whole country. So I'm quite happy to host it and happy that you guys are here and excited to see who the winner is. Cool.
Perhaps you can just present your event because many people from France and abroad will see this video, and I'm not sure everybody knows Reg Expo. What is Reg Expo?
Oh, all right. So, sorry, I'm terrible at marketing. So, Rage Expo is a computer gaming tech geek culture event. We've had esports. We've been doing this since 2002 in this country.
Wow.
And I think we kind of launched the idea of esports with the magazine back in the day as well. And then cosplay we've seen grown, esports we've seen grown. And today we've got a lot of people involved in gaming. And what's nice about the industry, it keeps changing all the time. We have a lot of new people in, new people out. So it's an education every year. And what I like about the show is that every year you never really know what you're going to get because the industry changes so much. Like this wasn't part of the plan when we started talking last year.
Thank you.
And now, yeah, it is. So that's what I like about it. It's a very, very fun show, and it happens obviously every year.
Just perhaps to give an idea to our public of the size of the event, how many visitors do you host welcome here?
Well, last year we had 33,000 visitors at the event
It's
over the
huge.
weekend. Yeah, Saturday is the crazy mad day. Today is sort of a warm-up day, and we take this hall is about 12,000 square meters of space. And then next year we're planning on moving our big land downstairs and expanding into the rest of the space here. So it does seem to be growing. And there's a lot of, but like I say, every year it changes. So we might be, you never really know what you're going to get every year.
Okay, thank you, Michael. So we are already late. If you want to say something, just to close your introduction, then we will go forward.
Lots of pressure. No, look, welcome to South Africa and welcome to all the ladies as well. And good luck for the competition. I hope it goes well.
Thank you, Michael. See you later.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is a huge opportunity for us to be part of this huge event. I think Reg Expo is the biggest African event, at least in sub-Saharan Africa. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we will have a long story together, a love story together in the next few years. Just to continue, before welcoming our main sponsors, main partner, we have the chance to have many partners on this event. I won't talk about all of them because we have many partners coming from Eswatini, Lesotho, Namibia, working with us to qualify the players. We have 8 partners, 8 local partners in the region. You should find all these partners on our website, Mzansi, esportschampions.africa. But I want to really, really warmly thank them to their support. It wasn't easy. We, as CGS Africa, we want to partner with all the local esports stakeholders on the continent to be sure that we have a local print, not coming just to propose a global competition without any contact with the local players. So that's really a warm thanks you for all our partners from the region. Then, of course, I will thanks the other partners. Essir is there. Essir, who really is our first partner, local partner in the country. Thanks to them, we have this great screen here. So it's really something important for us. I want to thank also the French embassy here in South Africa, the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs to allow us organizing this event, and the Institut Français of Paris, of course. And then we will finish with the great partner. I will invite Emmanuel to join us on the stage to talk about our main partner here in South Africa, the Institut Français of South Africa. Please.
Hello, hi.
Yeah, it's perfect. So, Emmanuel, I think we met last year in
Absolutely.
December, I think.
December last year, absolutely, because
Yeah.
we were heading to Africa Games Week.
Exactly.
That's next week, actually.
And we can say at this period, when we were talking about esports, Emmanuel was looking at me like, What's that? Video game? No, esports. Oh, what's that? And now we are here. So thank you. Really, thanks, Emmanuel. Can you just introduce yourself and the institute?
So I'm Emmanuel Donavi-Feller, and I'm the audiovisual attaché at the French Institute of South Africa. The French Institute of South Africa, also called IFAS, is the cultural branch of the French embassy in South Africa. So we are based in Johannesburg, in Braamfontein.
Okay, and just a word. Why esports? Why do you think that esports could be important here?
Why eSport? And it's true that the Ministry for Europe and Foreign Affairs has been funding this project. Why eSport? Because first it's part of the cultural and creative industries. And France is really keen to push, stimulate creative industries and cultural entrepreneurs. And we have been working on that creative industries since many years already at the French Institute. And this is also why esports is really a key in that sector. Second thing is it's a special competition, you said it. It's a female competition, and we also have a strong focus on female empowerment. And we think that this kind of project really pushes female as players and as professionals. It's also for us very important that we have this business meeting because our role is to structure, assist in making the ecosystem around esports even bigger. And we think that this kind of business meetings are really here for that. So thank you again, Desiree, because I think that's really a key in the project.
And do you think that we will come back next year here with you?
I am looking forward to welcoming you back with the team. You will always be welcome in South Africa, of course, and in Southern Africa, because as you said, the players come from all Southern Africa, and we are very happy to welcome you here.
Thank you, Emmanuel. If you want to add something, it's your time.
You said everything, Desiree. But yes, as you said, we started this conversation a year ago. We didn't know at that time if we would be able to do it. We did it. Thanks to you, thanks to Michael and the Rage team, and thanks to the IFAS team. So thanks to all of you.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Please, a big applause for Emmanuel. So now I will invite my colleague, host, Sasha Lee. Where is Sasha Lee? Sasha Lee. Okay, Sasha Lee will help us hosting this World Day Business Meeting Day. I let you present the players, the speakers, and then I will take some rest. Can you just introduce yourself, please?
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. So I am your host for this weekend. My name is Sasha Lee Webster. I'm a game developer myself, so I'm so excited to be able to host this championship. I think it's going to be so exciting. But because we are running a bit behind schedule, I will get right into introducing our speakers. They're all over from Africa and France as well. But I will start with our players because we wouldn't have an esports tournament if it wasn't for the players themselves. So I would like to start by introducing. So our Tekken esports female players are from Eswatini, Sitsabile Shabangu, Kenya, the Queen Arrow, Lesotho, L, Madagascar, Sentaku, Malawi, Gwen Stacy, Namibia, ATM Bytes, South Africa, Iron Fist, Zambia, Leah Rose. Please give a big round of applause for our players. These are the best on the continent, and they're really going to show us what they've got this weekend.
Do we have all the players? I don't see Queen Arrow. Where is Queen Arrow?
We're just missing Queen Arrow. The set is not complete without
yes,
everyone.
Exactly.
Queen Arrow does seem to be missing in action, unfortunately, but we do have everyone here.
Yeah.
So just one more round of applause for our players. Yeah.
Just perhaps to give some information, all these players have been qualified in their own country thanks to local federation and local organization. I think that's the first time we have this kind of operation, and yeah, pretty sure we will come back with all of them. Thank you, girls.
Thank you so much and good luck.
You can go. The photo shoot. Thank you.
Now, moving on to our speakers that are going to be part of our business day. So, as much as it's business, it doesn't mean that it can't be exciting. So, I am very happy to introduce our speakers who will be on our panels today. We have Nikki from 24-Bit Games, Glenn from Acer, Jennifer from Afro Game Users, Carla from Amateur Player, Guillaume from Carry First, Magdalene, Kuro Sports, Jenny from Ellis Shilengudwa Incorporated, Mbuso from Eswatini Esports Association, Eniola from Gamer, Chowe from Gametrix, Tulani from Goliath Gaming, Emmanuel from Institut Français d'Afrique du Sud. Oh, I actually got that. Tianjane Angela from KOTG Esports, Tisetso from Lesotho Esports Federation, Queen Arrow from Nibble, Kushal from Pineapple on Pizza Studios, Michael from the Rage Expo, who you just spoke to, Yaku from RGB Gaming, Desiree from Sages Africa, thank you, sir. Tabo from Space Salad Studios, Zuni from The Node, and Millicent who is a freelance video game expert. So let's give a big round of applause for our speakers who we'll be hearing from today.
Thank you. So we are really late, so we won't make the photo shoot we were wanting to do, but we will have time to make some photo here with all the players. So now we will switch to the program of the business meeting. I will let you the mic for that, and please enjoy. Thank you.
Fantastic. So, again, I would just like to reiterate that today we will be hearing from industry experts from all over Africa and France. So, we will be getting into our program in the next couple of minutes just to make sure that all our speakers are here. Introduce Jennifer from Afro Game Users. So she will be coming to talk to us about building a community of African women in gaming. Please welcome Jennifer.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. And thank you for hosting us here in South Africa. It's actually my second time in South Africa. I'm really excited to be here.
That's amazing. Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, how should we proceed?
So, let's start with how you got into the gaming industry and how you started African Users.
I have a whole presentation that I will do and show to everybody. So, whenever you're ready, I can go.
All right. In that case, then let's get into it. You're sorted.
Thank you so much. So hi everybody. This is a bit intimidating for me because I don't think I've ever been in a place like this before with so many people, especially here in South Africa. I'm going to introduce myself a little bit. My name is Jennifer, and I wanted to talk to you a bit today about the way I, somehow managed to create a community of African and Afro-descendant women in gaming. We should have a presentation that will show. So what I do for a living is working as a consultant. So I work with gaming companies, gaming studios and developers, but more likely storytellers. And what I do with them is to basically help them create and shape authentic stories. Because we do know that nowadays a lot of games portray, when it comes to African representation, I feel like they're not there yet. They're still working with a lot of stereotypes, and that comes with a lot of reasons. So today we're going to go through that, and we're also going to go through how I created Afro Gamers. Up. Okay, that's not working. Oh, okay, let's go. Let's talk just a little bit about my own gaming journey. So for those of you who don't know, and you probably don't, I am from Benin, which is a small country in West Africa. And as I was going to school in Benin, I was coming back from school, and on the way home, I just found this place with lots of computers, with nobody inside, just the owner of the place. So it was kind of a cyber coffee place with nobody inside, but just computers. And I was very intrigued by that. I was probably about 6 or 7 years old. And so I decided to check it in because I was super intrigued. I went inside, and that's when I discovered one of the very first games that I ever played, which was Prince of Persia. Prince of Persia, which was created at the time not by Ubisoft, but it was made in 1989. And so I actually discovered Prince of Persia back in Benin. People are usually surprised by this because they thought you're in France, so obviously you have started playing games in France. Well, no, I started back here in Africa, and I'm very happy about that. I used to play, obviously, a lot more other games, simple games you would play on your computer, but Prince of Persia really showed me that you can also find an actual story. There is a sense of narrative that you can find in a game, and that was super interesting to me. Then I actually moved to France. All right, this was just to say that in Prince of Persia, I was kind of, there was one thing that really stuck with me, is like, why would I have to die 100 times in this game and then never see and meet the princess that I was supposed to save in the game? This reflection kind of stuck with me pretty much all the time. And then I moved to France. So born in Togo, raised in Benin, and then moving to France for primary school. And so when I started playing games in France again, I started playing a lot of League of Legends. I know, it's like, we all know this is the most toxic game ever existing. But to me, it was really nice to play League of Legends and other online games because, I played a lot of Aeon, Neverwinter, a lot of MMORPGs, but also like just MMOs and MOBAs. I just love these kind of areas because it would get me to socialize, with a lot of people in different countries in the entire world, And gaming actually really helped me, make friends, socialize, communicate better, work on my leadership skills also. These are all things that I think I learned through gaming, and especially also speaking English because it's the international language. And, us French people, we don't really speak English that well, but gaming did help me actually achieve that. So the only thing with League of Legends is that it was still the very first experience for me where I encountered sexism, misogyny, because people would tell me, you should go back to the kitchen, you should go make me a sandwich, because you're a girl, you're underestimated, and you shouldn't be here, you don't even fit here. So I was kind of already used to the sexism part of it, but I was not expecting to also face racism while playing games. And people usually ask me, well, how can that happen? Because you don't see each other, people don't know what you look like. And yet, it actually does happen because sometimes it would just be me deciding to play, let's say, a black character, or me deciding to have my alias would be, my gamer tag would be something like Black Queen XX something, And these were just very little clues for people to sometimes realize that it might be a black person behind the computer. And that led me to reflect a bit on that because I was like, why? We're all supposed to be playing games and to be having fun, right? It's supposed to be a place of amusement, a place of entertainment. And then, this was happening when I was a teenager. And so it felt very difficult to me especially because I didn't have people to talk about it with at the time as a teenager. I started asking myself some questions. Where were the characters who look like me in games? Why don't I exist in the media that I consume regularly? Because I would start playing games, pretty much every single day. Why do boys question my online presence in game? Why didn't they want me to be there? And also, where was the diversity of players? Because I often felt very lonely as a girl, as a woman, and as a black woman also in this space. So these are stuff that really started making me question a lot of my gaming habits and the industry as a whole. Let's go now to 2019, 2020. I started living in Germany. And in Germany, I really started questioning myself a lot. This was a place where I felt a little bit more, I had a lot of stuff happening in my life, let's say. And so I got back to gaming much more because between my studies and actually working, I decided I would stop and to just pursue my studies. But at the time, I just really wanted to start playing again. And when I started playing League of Legends and many other games, I realized that things had not changed between me as a teenager and me as an adult. I was still seeing the sexism, the misogyny, and also the racism. And I felt like a lot of people actually didn't know about that. So I decided to kind of do something about it. Back to League of Legends, you see this is one of the very first black characters that was introduced in the game. Her name is Senna, and you should know I started playing League of Legends back in 2008. Yeah, 2008. But this character, Senna, only got out 10 years after, 2018. And before that, I felt like it was very weird because there would be, orcs, monsters, robots, creatures, humans, but not one black single woman character in the game until 2018. And to me, it felt kind of unfair, because why can you make all of that, but why can't you make a black woman? Why did I have to wait so long for that to happen? Whoops, there's still a bit of French in my presentation. Sorry about that. Maybe you'll get to learn some French by now. So I started doing my own research on the industry, in the gaming industry, especially in France, because that's where I'm from. And I realized when you do your research, you realize in France that 49% of the players are actually women. And this is a figure that tends to be the same worldwide. Even here in South Africa, I don't know about the figures, but I would assume that it would be kind of the same. In the game development studios, we would see that only 24% of women are actually taking active participation in making games. And I'm not even talking about the ones who are, studio founders. We're really talking about the people who are working in the teams. And unfortunately, a lot of them are also working in the support sides of things. So they work in marketing, in business, in HR. There is a lot of them who also work, in the art side, but much less on the developer side, programming side. And what we see also is that only 11% in France of executives in leadership positions in game development studios are actually women. That is to say that we don't actually give women a lot of power to make the actual decisions that will impact the games. So to me, this kind of felt like, okay, now I'm starting to see why things are like this and why my experience as a gamer, a player and a black woman player looks like this. I wanted to give you a bit more, let's say, explanations about why things are the way they are. People tend to think that games are not meant for women. Why do we think that? I think it's an interesting question because it's only a matter of brains. It has nothing to do with gender, right? But the thing is that we have all been collectively marketed when we were younger, and for those of us who were a bit younger at the time, let's say that games, when Nintendo, Atari started making games back in the days, they started pushing a lot of aggressive marketing tactics to actually target boys. And that's where you would see some advertisements that would mean that girls will be a distraction. If you're a real man, if you're a real guy, you have to play games. And before that, games were actually meant for everybody. We would see on the advertisements that games would have women, girls, they were meant for families. And then things shifted because Pong, which was one of the very first popularized games, Pong became really popular. And then the market also wanted to make games like Pong, but they didn't succeed. The games were terrible, and so people stopped buying games. And because of that crisis, the market actually decided to start targeting boys specifically. And one of the most iconic ways to see that is the example of the Game Boy, right? Which is one of the most popular consoles back in the days. I'm gonna go a little bit faster because I'm taking some time, I know. We also know the reason why, we have minorities and marginalized groups are not so well represented in gaming is also because, most studios, game developers, look like this. And, it's not their fault because they go where they can. They just kind of take people that they know within the studios. It's kind of a boys' club, if we are to be honest, in France. And that doesn't really help us kind of make the industry a little bit more diverse. And it doesn't really help us try to provide maybe more original stories that will appeal to everyone. I did want to talk about the impact that has on games more specifically. Gaming has this history of portraying women in a hypersexualized way, unfortunately. And again, we do know that's because most of the game developers are men. They were existing with very exaggerated physiques. They were always having the secondary role. And even when it comes to black women, for example, black women characters, a lot of them were stereotypes. And for a long time, we've been told that we didn't have the technology to create Afro characters, Afro hair in a stylish way and stylish manners. But nowadays, we don't have that issue anymore, right? So we should be able to create characters which are much more realistic and who really take from the extraordinary diversity that exists in black people and black women in general and as cultures also. I wanted to talk about how I built Afro Gamers, but I felt like I couldn't tell you about the story of Afro Gamers if I didn't tell you about my own story first. So now you know a little bit more about me. I actually decided to create Afro Gamers because I felt lonely as a woman, as a black woman in this industry. And I honestly just wanted to play with other people who look like me also. And so I decided to, in 2020, I decided to launch my own blog. I started writing an article and I was like, I do want to talk about gaming, but I don't feel legitimate enough to do it. But even though I've been playing basically my entire life, I felt like maybe nobody would be interested in that. So I went on a mission to go on social media, Facebook at the time. And I decided that on Facebook, I would look for black women who play games. This was a very hard issue for me, but I did manage to find gaming forums where I managed to contact some of them, and they accepted to do an interview with me. And so I managed to get 4 women from the Netherlands, Canada, the US, and also Madagascar. So like a diverse crowd of women who talked to me and who ended up telling me that they experienced exactly the same thing as I did. And this is what really comforted me into creating Afro Gamers, which is a community of over 600 people now, mostly French speaking, but not only. Open to all actually, because we really do believe that we don't have to change the industry on our own side. So it's open to everybody who believes that our industry can really benefit, from having a more diverse crowd, and that people will end up believing that a gamer can also look like me. And you, and anybody here, actually. Afro Gamers really has changed a lot of things for me. This is a quick video, but you don't speak French, do you? No, you don't. So you're not going to understand. It doesn't make any sense. This is just a bit of my face talking about Afro Gamers, but you can see in the back sort of what we've been doing and what we've been achieving. It's a community that's very dear to me. We work on 4 specific tasks. So we try to first off give room and visibility to black women in gaming. We try to show them that there is a space for them in game development studios. and to go from just a player to becoming maybe a game developer or a content creator or anything else that has to do with gaming. We help them create opportunities for themselves. That was very important to us. The other thing is that trying to help them also being together to fight toxicity, because it's something that we all face together. So we're in touch, whether it's with Twitch to make their platform a bit more inclusive and less hard on us, whether it be with Ubisoft as a partner who we've worked with plenty of times to make sure that they know about our issues and to recruit also from our members. There are a lot of things that are done with Afro Gamers, and it's a community that really runs because and thanks to their community, to the people. And it's something that I didn't think was possible in the past, and now I believe, that things can get done when we get together.
Oh, is it too bright? Sorry. There we go. Yeah.
I did want to show you, and I'll be quick about this, a couple of role models that exist, because I think often we don't realize, because we don't see ourselves in the media, we think we don't exist there. And yet, some people actually exist, some people who are role models, some people who have been doing things do exist. And these role models are super important for our own self-esteem and our own development and our choices in life. So you have, for example, Jerry Lawson, who was the inventor of the first Atari consoles. And you also have Muriel Tramis, who is from Martinique, so it's a French island, and who also worked on one of the most famous, I would say, the very first famous games, educational games in the past, which were co-created by her also. So to me, it was interesting to see that I had never seen these people before, and I didn't know they existed before people actually showed them to me, before I did my own research. So let's not forget, we feel lonely, we feel unseen, but there are people who are doing stuff, and that's really important for self-esteem. I wanted to just end this with this a bit of testimonies that I got from people. I asked them, what did gaming bring to them? And they answered with things that I can really relate to. Somebody told me that for the first time, they felt like they were accepted by other people, which was not necessarily the case in real life. Playing video games also led them to having a job that I didn't think they would have beforehand. Sometimes gaming also taught them something that they didn't know of before, so they got to actually learn something. And for one of them, gaming has given him and his grandson the ability to spend more time together and to actually communicate and exchange better together. This was just a way to show you some of the ways games have changed other people's lives, but they definitely have changed my life also. Obviously, thanks to the community, but also with the achievements that I got from them. One of them that are very dear to me is the fact that I used to play Prince of Persia that was made by Ubisoft, and I ended up actually working for Ubisoft afterwards as a social content manager. So I think this is one of the life, let's say, achievements that I'm really, really proud of. And yeah, I'm hoping that you've enjoyed this talk. I've been talking a lot already. Please make sure if you have questions, come and see me. I would be happy to join. And also, if you're on Instagram, my name online is Invincible Jane. So make sure to either follow or just come chat with me if you're a bit shy. That's fine. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much for that, Jennifer. I think it's so important for diversity and representation of people of color and Africans to be present in video games and, like you said, in marketing, so that you actually feel like you are a part of the games that you play.
Yes.
So thank you so much for that.
Thank you for having me.
And remember, if you have any questions for Jennifer, you can find her. She'll be around here in the space. So moving on to our next talk, we will be having testimonies from actual esports players who have been in the space for quite some time. So I would love to welcome Cholwe, who is from Gamer, and I would love to welcome our esports competitor for this weekend, Queen Arrow. Yes, please give them a round of applause. I mean, this can be very nerve-wracking having to come up and speak in front of people. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. We're just going to give Queen Arrow a second. But welcome, Cholwe. How are you?
Thank you. I'm doing good.
So good to have you here. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling a bit anxious because there's so many people, but equally excited to be in South Africa for the first time. I've interacted with a lot of people in the industry online since I started my journey in 2018. So exciting to meet everyone in person.
Oh, that is amazing. Can we get a mic for Queen Arrow? Okay, so we're just going to get a little comfy here as we settle in. Oh, yes, and Jennifer as well. I am so sorry. Can we have Jennifer join us as well? Welcome. Welcome back, Jennifer. So, to get the panel started, could I just get a little background about how you got into the space? Cholwe, I'll start with you. What got you into gaming, esports specifically?
Okay. Yeah, so my journey started in 2017, business-wise. But as a gamer, my journey really started when I was 6 or 5 years old. I used to play a lot of Tekken, Mortal Kombat on PS2 with my cousins, who are all guys. And then I got to play a couple of games like Contra, Super Mario and such. In 2017, I really wanted to do a business out of uni, and I decided to do a business in gaming because I was primarily interested in gaming. So I got incubated at a local startup hub called Bongo Hive in Zambia, and that's how my journey really started. Networked with a lot of people in the industry in South Africa, Kenya, the US, and in Europe as well, and I'm here today.
Fantastic. And then moving on to you, Queen Arrow, what has gotten you into the esports space?
I've been playing video games since I was really young. That was through the influence of my brother. That was
Actually, I'll just keep it.
that's my bad. To repeat myself, I've been playing video games since I was really young, and that was through the influence of my older brother and my cousin. I really loved games such as Mortal Kombat, Tekken, Street Fighter, Tomb Raider, and seeing female characters who are able to compete on an equal footing or equal ground as the male characters was something that I thought was really, really cool. In university, I was looking for a way to spend my time constructively outside of class. I didn't enjoy playing basketball anymore, so I went back to playing video games, and I reignited the love that I had for fighting games through participating in a Mortal Kombat tournament. I came in fourth, and that kind of gave me the drive to get into competitive gaming, though I dropped Mortal Kombat and then I made the transition into Tekken.
That's fantastic. So since we've heard from Jennifer, we know her background as well, also playing video games from a very early age. I do have a question for all of you. Since you are African women and you've played games, and we've just had a talk about the underrepresentation of Black characters and really feeling a sense of isolation because of that, how did you guys navigate being woman, Black woman, and playing video games in such a male-dominated space? Anyone who would like to go first? I'll start with you, Jennifer.
No, I feel like I've talked about it a little bit, but to me it was more. Let's talk more about what I've seen, because I've already shared my own story. So From what I've seen in France, especially in the esports area, I see that a lot of girls don't necessarily feel legitimate enough to, for example, go to a tournament, like actually sign up to a tournament and being there. And when I ask them, like, what's the reason why they don't actually sign up for this stuff, usually it's because they feel like, first off, they feel shy. That's one of the things that come to mind. Sometimes they also tell me, yes, but I'll probably one of the only girls, and I'll probably one of the only girls there, and I don't want to be that. I don't want to go through that struggle because boys, when you're the only girl, sometimes either like they mock you, and I'm talking about very young girls, more like teenagers.
Absolutely, yes.
They mock you, or sometimes some of them do want to help. They want to help you improve and everything, but unfortunately, many times it also comes to putting you on the side, excluding you, thinking that you don't necessarily have your place there. But I do get the same, like a different response from other girls who do feel, and it depends on the communities. For in fighting games, for example, I feel like at least in France, the fighting game scene is very diverse, and we have a lot of people from all backgrounds who do come and play. But if you go to, I don't know, the League of Legends scene, for example, it's completely different. And let's not forget that there are a lot of obstacles when it comes to girls and even for people of black descendants to sometimes even get access to the materials to play games. So obviously you won't necessarily find them in the tournaments where they should be um, doing their best.
Definitely. And Cholwe, because you are in the business side of things, and that is a prevalent challenge, how would you say you've tried to overcome these obstacles where, as much as girls want to be in the space, they do feel a bit of a hesitation in putting themselves out there? So, has there been any way you have tried to facilitate that for women?
Yeah. So generally speaking, I always wanted to do something for females in esports. With my background in esports, I run a team where we manage a couple of fighting game players who are all male. They're great players, but they're all male. So it's always been at the back of my mind to work towards including women. But from the Zambian perspective, there is a barrier because similar to the community in France where they feel shy and they don't feel confident to actually play because sometimes they get a backlash from the guys to say, oh, you're only here because you want to get some guys interested in you because you're interested in games. So there's that anxiety that they feel to actually put themselves out there. So after being introduced to Desiree and the team at Sages Africa and participating in the first Swahili Esports, it really inspired me to try and really make a deliberate shift towards trying to include females. So we launched Geometrix Musimbi, and our player here is actually one of the first products from that initiative where we want to create a space for esports and content creation, a program, and we're working with Alliance Française in Zambia as well towards this so that we can create a community for the girls to actually go to tournaments together, feel more comfortable together in their own space. And, we want to really promote a community where they don't feel segregated, say I'm a girl gamer, but just be seen as a gamer. And just be seen for what they love to do and what they're passionate to do, and actually participate in more tournaments like this across the region and locally as well. So yeah, so it's also, I think it's a mindset thing. You really just have to shift, you have to just focus on the focus and pushing for inclusivity.
Yes, thank you for that. And Queen Arrow, like Cholwe said, you have to put yourself in that mindset to actively be in the space and be a player. How have you put yourself in that space? How have you made it a point to continue and move forward being an esports player despite these challenges?
For me, I think it helps that my parents were always progressive. They never exactly hindered me from playing video games, even if they never really understood what they were. So I think having that kind of background really, it it really went a long way in helping me understand that video games are for everyone, regardless of gender or race or anything that currently segregates us. Um, I think it also helped that I had people that I could look up to in the space, such as Jennifer, such as other esports athletes, even if they were overseas, such as Kayane, such as Cuddlecore. And seeing that the fact that they kept pushing regardless of the challenges that they also faced in their own communities helped me understand that if they can do it, then why should I stop myself from achieving the goals that I have for myself? Then one other thing that I did realize, that regardless of the kind of toxicity and nonsense that was hurled at me, it's not really an issue to do with me. It's more about the mindset of the person that's doing the bullying or the harassment. And I do hope that there does come a time that these initiatives are no longer necessary because we have bridged the gap. But I do feel that there is a need for acknowledgement that there is a problem with how minorities are treated in this space, and the onus doesn't lie with the minorities to prove that we deal with harassment. The onus lies with the majority demographic, which is the male demographic. They have to acknowledge that there is a problem so that we can actually come with sustainable solutions to this issue.
That's amazing. Yes.
I have to, can you hear me? No, you can't.
Can we
Can
get
you
a
hear
check
me?
on
Can
Jennifer's
you hear me
mic?
now? I'm singing and doing my best for people to hear me. Can you hear me now?
It's quite low.
Yeah, it's a bit low. What about this? Oh, that's better.
Much better.
No, I was saying I completely agree with what Queen Arrow was saying about the fact that, it's not something that women can just decide to change on their own. It's a community-based progress that needs to be made with the entire players community. And I feel like a lot of people are now aware that there's an issue in gaming, but they just necessarily won't do anything about it. Also because a lot of people feel very easy in their position. They have this privilege of feeling very comfortable in there, so obviously they don't necessarily want to make that happen. But I'm also part of the people who do believe that change is possible and that we will need not just allies, in this space, but also I would say even accomplices. Like we need them to be, we need guys, right, to be our way into where these talks actually matters, because we won't be in these rooms where we are not. It's not working. We're not going to be in these rooms where they do the boys talk, and that's where the things actually happen. And so we need the boys to infiltrate these boy talks and actually, take a stance for us and actually take the position of being an actual ally, because we can't do it on our own. Like it's not gonna change. That's my perspective. If we do it on our own, we need to also have a collective approach. I've realized there are many groups of women in Africa, women gamers in Africa, stuff like that, or women in African women in esports. Maybe it would be time to make it just one big thing instead of having like several groups and communities that exist. I feel like that could also be helpful.
I absolutely agree. And it's really the type of thing that cannot be done in isolation. It has to be, like you said, a collective effort where everyone is an ally and pushing for that representation and that inclusion. I think that is so important. So I'll be closing this panel. Thank you so much, Queen Arrow, Cholwe, Jennifer. If there are any questions, we have a few minutes. If not, you can come and find them. They'll be around here on the floor. Any questions, anyone? Going once, going twice. Okay, great. So thank you guys for joining me. Oh, do we have a question? Do we maybe have a mic?
So you're all in the gaming space, and we've heard all of these wonderful things that you've been saying about gaming and all of that stuff. I just wanted to know, what's your highest moment in your career right now, and what was a moment for you that was like, this is where it gets tough for me. Like, just you can start low and go high, or you can start high and go low. It's up to you. But I just want to know, what's your highest moment right now? What's your lowest moment, or what lowest moment did you have?
For me, my lowest moment in my career is the lowest moment in my career had to be when I felt like an outsider within my own community. I was, for the longest time, I was the target of bullying and harassment within my own community, and it really soured my perception, and it did made me question why I wanted to continue continue wanting to learn Tekken and become a world-class Tekken player, which has I'm sorry about that. I've always wanted to become a world-class Tekken player, and I know that community is the basis for me through which that objective can come to manifestation. But the feeling like an outsider or always someone like who's always on the outside looking in really made that difficult for me to happen. The highest point in my career is the moment I became a Red Bull player. It really was. Really was an affirmation of my career, of my hard work, and it showed that anything was within reach. Anything is possible, and the fact that I have the Red Bull family behind me, supporting me, it's all I could. It's all I could ever ask for, honestly.
Um, yeah. So my should I get this one? Yeah. So my highest moment was our first tournament in 2018. Um, so we decided to participate in a huge Pan-African tournament in Kenya, and some friends of ours from Nairobi Comic Con invited us. So we just decided we had no money. We were just a budding team with a dream. So we had no cash, and we decided to save up everything we had, and got on a plane to Nairobi. All the sponsors that we reached out to, won't say names, promised us cash, but it never came through. So we went there, and one of the heads of the company told us to say, I hope you win so that I can put it in the face of the Zambian company that they didn't give you the cash to get to where you need to go. So we went to Nairobi. It was a good tournament experience, and our players placed first and third position. And and yeah, so it was a good thing because we rubbed it into their faces, but more so we proved to ourselves that this was a valid dream, and that we had what it takes to actually build a team and build players that are able to compete regionally. So that was the highest point. The lowest point that I felt was realizing that building a business, a gaming business in Africa is really hard, especially in Zambia, where we were the first esports team to be formed. So basically everything was on us. So a lot of people are looking at us to host tournaments, to do festivals like this, and also to sponsor players around the world. So it was a heavy hat to wear, because we had to learn quick on our feet to adjust to the times and adjust to the need of the community, and also work on building a sustainable business. So there was a lot of pivoting, changing, adjusting, and it's a learning process, still adjusting. But one thing that I would say, if anyone is looking to do a business in gaming or esports, is to stay resilient. Remember why you started it in the first place. It's about you and the community, and to push forward. So this is where we are, and we just launched our Esports Federation, where I'm General Secretary, and we're excited to see how best we can build this as a legitimate sport. So thank you.
So to me, I can start. I can start with the lowest point first. I think one of the lowest points was probably 1 year ago, because then the community of Afro gamers had been 3 years old already, and that was a very specific and pivotal moment for us, I think. And that's also when we realized that, to be honest, I didn't know if I wanted to continue running the thing, because running a community is really hard, especially on interpersonal relationships. Dealing with people in general is hard. So imagine dealing with a whole community with diverse goals and people who want to do this but not that. And then people who fight between each other, and you're kind of in a place where you have to hold it together. And so I felt like this was kind of like my responsibility, and I didn't really face that challenge beforehand. And it became really, really hard for the team and I to get back from that. But thankfully we managed. So we created a whole new board with lots of people who really were engaged and who really wanted to commit and to help the community grow and help our actions also grow. That helped us a lot. So I never thank them enough. Honestly, they're just great. I'm thinking of Vanessa, Bull, everybody. If they hear me now, I'm just saying hi to them. And then on the highest points, I would say there are many good things that happened, but one of the most recent achievements that I'm really, really proud of is it's an event that we created in France, in Paris, which is called Game Changers. And the whole point of that event is to bring gaming professionals together for a professional event about gaming, but inclusive gaming. So basically, we give them a space to actually talk about these things because they usually don't at all. And if you go to other professional gaming events, you only have the professional side and maybe one panel about diversity and inclusion. And I hate that so much. And I'm sick of having people being like the token in these kind of events. And so we wanted to create an event where this was the main issue, the main topic. And so it's an event where, we managed to gather, it seems like not much maybe, but 150 people who came over for that, who had lots of discussions, who gave their perspectives on the matter, and also who gave us tools as to how can we actually improve representation in our games. And I felt like this was very helpful and got really good feedback from that. And it's something that I'm really proud of, and I just hope we can do more of those in the future. Does that answer the question? Thank you.
Thank you for that, Jennifer Cholwe and Queen Arrow. I think you guys have really persevered towards solidifying your space in the gaming industry, in the different things that you do. So please, guys, another big shout out, another big round of applause for our panel.
Thank you.
With decades of experience in esports and adjacent industries, Desiree Cusaro is a celebrated figure in the French gaming community.
Break, and we're going to get right into it. So I would love to welcome, please give a big round of applause for our president of Sages Africa, Desiree. He'll be doing a quick keynote for us. So Desiree, please take the stage. Welcome.
Thank you, Sasha Lee. So this is now the time for learning about gaming and esports in Africa. I will introduce myself first. We need the presentation. Yes, let's discover the world of esports. So this is a small presentation just to give you some insight about esport gaming and esport market on the continent. We will go fast because we are still late. Let's start. Thank you. A small insight about the esport market ecosystem. So let's go, please, on the next slide. Let's talk about the esport market. So first, this is something important. Most of the people who are not in the esports ecosystem used to merge gaming and esports in the same category. Gaming is playing game. Esports is playing games against someone. This is a totally different thing. When you are doing gaming, for example, you are playing Assassin's Creed, you are not playing against anyone. So it's not esport. You come to esport when you really have a fight between two people or two groups of players. That's really important. This is not the same market. We'll talk about the gaming market after that, and you will see. It's like for me, Formula One in the automotive industry. You have, of course, a big highlight on Formula One, but it's still a small part of the automotive industry. That's the same. Thank you. The esports market is really organized with many stakeholders. We have first publishers. Publishers are key because you can't have esport if you don't have any game. So we need to talk and to play with the willing of the publishers, the studios. We are talking with Riot Games, Electronic Arts, Tencent. All these publishers are key. And I know mostly in Africa, when you organize a tournament, you don't ask anything to the publishers. But normally, this is their games, and you have to sign a partnership, an agreement with a publisher when you want to make something in esports. That's the first step of the discussion when you come to esports. Then you have teams and players. In the biggest competitions, there are agreements between the organizers, the teams, and the players. If you come to Riot Games, for example, for League of Legends or Valorant or Esports World Cup, there are some agreements between the publishers or the tournament organizers and the teams and players because they are the hearts of the esports. It's like in football, you talk about Mbappe, you talk about all the stars of the football, for example. We need to have this kind of recognition of their talents. Then you have the broadcasters. You don't have esports if you don't have broadcast. So Twitch, Facebook gaming, and so on are really important in this ecosystem. Now we are trying to expand this broadcast ecosystem to linear TV, satellites, and so on, because there are a lot of opportunities with this newcomer in the market. Then you have the brands and advertiser. In esports, 70% of the revenues are from the sponsorship. So we need to have this kind of sponsor. We are here because we have sponsors. The players are not playing. The teams are not playing. You don't have media revenues like in football. So we need sponsors. So for all these events, every esports stakeholder are running after sponsors and brands. And all that ecosystem is managed by the tournament operator. So leagues, event, content production is really key. And this is the purpose of CGS Africa, but also ESL, Riot Games, and EFG in Saudi Arabia, EVO in US. We are all in the heart of all this ecosystem, and this is the hardest part of the job. Thank you. Just some games. Here you see the most popular esports games. In the global scene, League of Legends, CSGO are the most played games in the world. But now you have the mobile gaming is coming stronger and stronger, mainly in Asia, emerging countries, Asia, Africa, Middle East. This is really something that is coming and is growing a lot. But yeah, if you ask me which is the biggest esports game in the world, League of Legends, it's a PC game. Yeah, it's really the one which everybody wants to get on its events. Then you have all this PUBG Mobile and so on. This is just to give you an idea. But if you go to the next slide, you will see that Africa is pretty different. The biggest games in Africa are mostly mobile games. You see PUBG Mobile, Free Fire, Call of Duty Mobile, Mobile Legends, Clash Royale. All these games are really growing fast in Africa. South Africa is pretty different. It's a special market in Africa. But in the rest of the market, you know why. It's not easy to get a PC or a console at home. So to get a mobile is really the easiest way for African players to come in this industry. So that's why this part of the industry will grow faster and faster in the next few months and years, for sure. But you have also console games. Of course, EAFC, FIFA, everybody is still talking about FIFA. And eFootball, these are also games very strong in Africa. And fighting games like Tekken, Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat are really strong also in Africa. You have some countries with League of Legends and Valorant, mostly South Africa and North Africa. Between these two regions, these PC games are not really strong. Thank you. Just a quick word about why eSport. Why eSport is so important and so interesting for brand. It's because of the average age of esports fan. This is really the hardest part of the population the brands are trying to reach. That's why they are all now coming to esports. When you talk about, I don't know, food and beverage industry, automotive industry, lux industry, they are all coming on esports because this is one of the best ways to reach this kind of young population. You see the other sports are really older, 40, 42, 43, 57, sorry, 64. So yeah, really esports is the best way for a brand to reach this part of the population. This is why I think esports is the next step of sports audience for the brands. Yeah. Then, yeah, here, gaming versus entertainment industry. What is the size of the gaming industry when we compare it with music, cinema, and series? If you see music is a $25 billion market in the world. When you come to cinema is around $45 billion. If you come to series like Netflix, Prime Video, Disney+, the market is around $80 billion. So if you merge all these three industries, the size of this entertainment industry is $150 billion. So this is the size of the industry. If you come to the gaming industry alone, is $200 billion revenue for the industry. So you see that gaming industry is bigger than music, cinema, and series together. So this is why I'm telling all our executive or our politics, if you invest in South Africa for cinema, for music, for series, why don't you invest in gaming? This is a huge opportunity. And Europe, US, Asia, and now Middle East already understood that we need here in Africa to get this opportunity because we have the youngest continent in the world. So that's our industry. We need to do something. And when we come to esports, it's a $25 billion industry, the same size of the music industry. So that's really, this slide is really important to understand why we need to invest in Africa in this industry. Talk to your politics, talk to your executive. There is something to do. So some figures, this is just to show you the importance of sponsorship. You see, sponsorship and advertising are really the most bigger parts of the revenue. This is why we need to talk with all these brands. We don't have the chance to have a big media rights opportunity in our countries. So that's something that we need to work on. We are talking with media, like, you know, the biggest media in the world to see if esports could become also like a traditional sport, a way to diversify the revenues. Not easy because the publishers are also part of the discussions. It's not the same in sport, so we have to work on it. And then, yeah, esports around the world. Just quick overview. of France. Let's go. So France, you see, this is the market, esport market in France. Some figures, we have $140 million of revenue in the esport industry in France. It's just to give you an idea of the size of this industry when you decide to invest in it. For the whole continent, we are less than $100 million revenue for the whole Africa continent. France alone is more than 140 million euro. So this is something we have to work on. All these figures are really interesting if you want, but we don't have time to go through that. But yeah, if you are interested, we could have the chance to talk about that after. Let's go for the next slide. This slide is important. If you see the number of players in the world, if you merge Africa and Middle East, we are the second largest market in the world, as you see. If you come to the revenue, we are the last market in the world in terms of revenue, the second market in the world in terms of number of players, the last market in terms of revenue. So there is something to do about it. Thank you. So some challenges. How could we develop esports in Africa? We have some challenges. Technological challenge, of course. You know the problem of latency. We don't have enough server here. The problem, even internet connection to get fiber, for example. Problem of also electricity. It's also something difficult. You cannot develop a gaming and esport industry without electricity. So we have a lot of technological challenge. It's really something to manage with our authorities. Then we have economic challenge. That's not easy because GDP of Africa is really low. So when you ask people to buy a PC, to buy a console, it's not as easy in any other continent. So that's also a challenge we need to work on. But also, there is a specific problem in Africa. When you come to Europe or US or Asia, you have this kind of big market. China is a big market. Europe is a big market. US is a big market. When you come to Africa, it's 54 different countries. It's not a big market. It's 54 small markets. So we need to find a way, like Europe did decades ago, find a way to work together. Why can't we have a single market in Southern Africa, in West Africa, in East Africa, even in whole Africa? Then we could buy something in Nigeria, use it in South Africa, going to Kenya. Today, every time you want to cross a frontier, you have a problem of taxation, of revenues, and so on. So this is really a problem we have with this economic challenge. And then sociological challenge. I'm pretty sure some of you have kids at home. When your kid is going to play football in the road, I'm pretty sure you are like, okay, go guys, and you come back to make your studies after that. When your kid is telling you, hey, I want to play, I don't know, FIFA or Tekken, you say, hey, no, too many screens and so on. This is a real problem. We need to understand that gaming, esport, is also a way for our young people to get some fun, but also to find a new career. There is many opportunities. So this is also something we are trying to explain to our parents, our authorities. You can use gaming and esports as an asset to develop new opportunities for our continent. Thank you. And yeah, we are talking about challenges, but things are growing. You see, we have many events here in Nigeria, in Ivory Coast. This one was in Ivory Coast too, in Morocco. This is in Madagascar. You had also the ISF Africa Esports Championship in Morocco with more than 24 countries coming in. It was the first time we had this big kind of event. And then, of course, we need now to find a way to enter the biggest esports opportunity in the world. We'll see in the next slide. Saudi Arabia is coming. Saudi Arabia is becoming the biggest esport market in the world. It's not becoming, is the biggest esport market in the world. because the crown prince there, MBS, decided that esports and gaming and esports would become the main asset for the cultural and entertainment industry in the country. So they decided to invest more than $37 billion until 2030. How much the other countries are investing. So, of course, now this is a new opportunity for the whole ecosystem. But Africa still not there. So we need to do something. If you come to Saudi Arabia, these are the two biggest events in the world. Esports World Cup, July, August, every year. The first edition was last year. $60 million cash prize for the players. It was the biggest competition in the world so far. And then now they signed an agreement with the IOC to host the next Olympic Esports Games, the new competition in partnership with the IOC. So after the Summer Games, Olympic Summer Games, Olympic Winter Games, Paralympic Games, now you have Olympic Esports Games. And this is an agreement of 12 years between Saudi Arabia and the IOC. So this is really something we need to get in mind. So now, thank you. It's time to fight back. It's time to get our place. We are all part of the same combat. Thank you. They find the video. Just a small video. Thank you. Just a self-advertisement.
With decades of experience in esports and adjacent industries, Désiré Coussao is a celebrated figure in the French gaming community. Coussao co-founded Gamers Assembly all the way back in 2000, a LAN party which to this day remains a community focal point for the famously vibrant French esports scene. In 2014, he joined ESL Gaming as event director and later managing director of the company's French arm, working to strengthen the esports giant's brand in the country. He joined France's official esports association, France Esports, in 2017 and became its president in 2022. Through France Esports and his other endeavors, Coussao has invested much of his time in shaping esports in the country and left a lasting impact on the scene. He has worked particularly closely with the government, from local to national politicians, including French President Emmanuel Macron, to encourage acceptance and growth of esports. Coussao has played a distinct role in France becoming recognized and commended for its forward-thinking approach to working with the esports industry. Coussao continues to become a champion for new communities, launching Sages Africa in 2022 to help build out esports communities in Africa.
Thank you, Desiree. With over 25 years of experience in IT and gaming, he shared some incredible insights into what the gaming and esports industry is looking like. I mean, it is worth billions of dollars, so I think there's money. I think there's a little bit of money there. But moving on to our next panel, we'll be moving to a different side of the gaming and esports industry. We'll be moving into marketing and communications. And I would love to welcome Zuni, Millicent, and Cholwe to join me on stage to talk about how one can tap into marketing. Please do make yourself cozy as we're about to get into it.
Thank you, Sasha.
Welcome. Have a seat. Welcome back. Okay, so for this panel, we're going to be diving into jobs and careers within gaming and esports. I have Zuni here, Millicent here, and Cholwe who will be guiding us through this process. So just to get started, Cholwe, we've heard about you and your work with Gametrix, but let's just hear a little bit about Millicent. How have you gotten into the industry? I mean, you have over 20 years experience. What has that been like?
Yes, so it's a long time already. It's been really a journey, and I actually loved it, and I love it still so far. I have had the chance to work with some big publishers, such as Activision, Capcom, Wargaming, and so working on very famous games as well as part of my marketing and communication and event duties. And I also work into indie game studios, which is a bit different than the publishers, right? Also in marketing, event, and communication. Since 2018, and I'm actually focusing on the African market, so the African indie game studios and their games. I promote that. So that's my positioning now. And also, I'm a consultant and a teacher.
Amazing, thank you. And then Zuni, I'd love to hear what has your journey been like in the esports and gaming industry.
So I've been in the esports and gaming sector at least for 4 years now, not 20 years as you, Madison. But I started from the esports side as a business developer on the web TV or gaming, and then I end up more close to the content creators because I was looking for roles in human connection and creativity. So I'm now a talent manager at Sunod Agency, a French company, and I work with like thousands and content creators from a local and global scale now.
Amazing. So just coming back to you, Millicent, so you have mentioned that you've worked with AAA companies like Activision, but you also work with indie studios. So could you just explain to us what the difference is like when it comes to working with such a big company versus smaller ones?
I would say that the big difference is going to be the budget.
Of course.
It's not a shocking, answer, but definitely the budget is something that, of course, makes a difference between both sides. An indie studio doesn't have the leverage that has a big publisher, but in terms of making marketing, to me, it's the same. So basically, any companies, either AAA companies or not, have to create a community today to make a game viable in the market. So that's the first thing. Community is key. Then you have all the tools that you can use, so social media, advertising, for which you need money, of course. But you also have a number of there are so many tools I could develop, but it would be too long. That's what I teach to my students, actually. You definitely need also to prepare. So whenever you do a video game and you want to release it, you have normally to integrate your marketing at the very first front, even before you have a game. Even before you develop it, you should have your ideas of who you want to sell it to, so which audience. It's extremely important, and that is for any type of gaming company. Like, it's not because you're big that you have to keep that, and because you are a little studio, you must do it.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, marketing, I mean, absolutely important at every stage. But moving on to more of esports, when it comes to marketing there, Cholwe, what has been some challenges that you faced in getting your esports team out and making sure that people know about you guys?
I think one of the challenges on the esports side is because you're looking at players who are individuals. It's also about more so the players understanding that it's not just about you playing the games, but it's also about the story behind you playing the game, so building your brand. So some players are kind of lazy when it comes to building their brand and their presence online. And usually when I'm trying to encourage them to do that, I always point at Queen Arrow and I talk about how Queen Arrow was successful in building her brand and telling her story. So, she has an audience and fan base that actually follows through her journey from the start and to where she is now. And that's what it's about. Because when you're looking at players, they're like walking billboards. They tell a story, and the brands that come along with them actually get more spotlight because they're like, okay, you've reached this pace, this stage, you've now been sponsored by this organization, you're drinking this drink, you're eating this type of food, McDonald's, things like that. So the challenge has been more so really telling the community that they need to be less introverted, because gamers are usually introverts. Yes, they go to tournaments, but it's they're very, they're very introverted people. So it's very hard to get them out of their bubble. So it's a work in progress, and so far so good. But that's the main challenge, the personalities.
Definitely. Because I mean, at the end of the day, when you decide to be an esports player, you essentially become a brand.
Yeah.
Like you said, a walking billboard. So sometimes your own personality kind of has to take a backseat in order to really get the most out of the brand and who you are as an esports player, so that it can take you far. Like you said, with Queen Arrow, she's really leveraged her story and really connected with people through her journey as an esports player.
Exactly.
So I just want to move on to Zuni, and you work as a talent manager. So now that we've spoken about the personality versus the brand of being an esports player, but then also how you market yourself as an indie studio, what are some things that you look for when it comes to identifying talent? And when it comes to influencers or content creators, what do you look for?
Yeah, so as a talent manager, I try to work with a lot of brands and what they're looking for. And so now, when I look into an influencer or content creators, there's a combination of factors. So I'm looking for someone who is authentic and passionate about what they're doing, like in a genuine way, I mean, and about the consistency, because when you're an influencer, I think one of the strong advice I can tell is to post frequently on social media and lead to build a loyal and strong community. So you need to be close to your public, viewers, people who just follow you, and at least to make high quality content. So it's all of that I'm looking into a person now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, sorry, I'm taking over because what she says is very interesting. And if I have to apply it to the indie game studios, the difference they can make is to be very close to their community. But that's what we all say. The community is really key. An indie studio has the possibility to really make the community come into its own universe, because they are more, approachable, and they have to be approachable. So, for instance, sharing contents about their journey to making the game, making the community come to their offices to test play the game, for instance, as well. Play test the game, sorry. But also gather the community sometimes just to chat with the team, the developers team. They love that. So if you have that possibility as an indie studio to do that, do it. It's not it can be cost effective, but it's also not very costly. And you have to be close also into events. Go to events, showcase whatever you have to showcase. And even if you don't have anything to showcase, I have worked with some indie studios where they didn't have any image of the game. They just they had a key art only, like a kakemono, something a bit like this, but smaller. And they had a small card where people could subscribe and get their details to get more information and go into the newsletter. And then get on with getting more information, and that's how you can build your community. So really, again, community is key, and you can be very creative with and be cost effective doing that.
Yes, absolutely. So, just to build up on that, what would you say has been a successful marketing campaign that you've come across
Okay, so
or worked with, even?
I'm gonna tell an example who I've been very proud of, but it's an indie game studio. It's not a AAA game. Okay, so it was for a mobile game. The studio was about 12, 15 people in total. And we had a game that was launched as an early access. The game was not ready to be launched, so be careful on that as well. Don't launch a game or in early access or for good if it's not ready, but I had to do it. And so I applied a lot of different marketing activities, meaning influencers, like I had a little budget, so I had influencers to playtest to showcase the game I was looking after. I had also a little bit of advertising on social media. I had also merchandising for events that keep people stuck into your universe if you manage to get them to come into your booth. And you offer them something that they can keep. It could be a T-shirt, it could be anything, or posters that you can sign off as well with the team. And I had other things, but why I was proud of this one is because at the time there was another game that was released. It was Heroes of the Storm, which is a really big, backed by a really big company, and my company was very, very small. Actually, it was its first game, and it was not famous at all. And we, for instance, in a online media that is called Millennium, we had great success advertising the game. Why? Because basically we made a statement on our artwork saying it was made in France. And made in France for the French player, but also all over the world. But at least the French players, it was like, wow, it's magic. We have a French mobile game that is made in France. It's like, wow. And that makes it really important to the community. So again, if you have like something that helps you to be a little bit different from your competition or something that stands out, like being French doing a mobile game, it was like never heard of before. So of course, if I hadn't put that mention on my key art for communication, I would have missed my launch. The launch itself went very well, but the game was not ready. So when a game is not ready, unfortunately, it doesn't go well afterwards.
Makes sense. And now that you've mentioned that, it was so successful and such a big thing to have a mobile game released in France, what would you guys say? Why is it so important, because we're focusing on Africa and the growth of the esports and gaming industry here in Africa, what would you say, and why is it so important for us to promote games that are coming out of indie studios? Cholwe, I'll start with you.
It's important because it tells a story of who we are, from where we're from. And also, for example, in the context of Africa, whether it's esports or gaming, there's not much, a lot of us don't focus on, telling our story from our perspective. We try to emulate the other regions and try to customize ourselves like the other regions. Sometimes it's even in the way we name our organizations. They don't really have like grassroots names. I'm guilty of that. The name of my esports team is not it's not African.
Charged as well.
but the female initiative has a Tongan, which is my tribe. So Musimbi means female in my tribe. So that's when I was like, okay, let me try and fuse the African heritage. But ideally, it's important to tell a story of who we are, because these brands and these games that we create, people are behind them. So, even as we're promoting them marketing-wise, it's important that we remember that the people who buy into them are from Africa, mostly, at the start. So we have to make them relatable to the community. So I think it's very important that we focus on that as well.
Yes, thank you.
So that question is very interesting, especially for me, because as I said in the presentation, I have been working in the African video game industry for at least 5 years, since 2018, and I have actually put in place what we call Africa Corner with Siddiq Bakayoko, who is based in Ivory Coast. So Africa Corner was actually meant to is still meant to showcase video games from African indie studios and across Europe. So I was in charge of putting that in place in 2018, 2019, after COVID came. And this year, for instance, it was also put in place, but with the help of Institut Français. And that helped, the indie studios to go to Gamescom, for instance. We had tried before. We did DevCon, but not Gamescom, so it was another step. And so to try to answer your question, as she said very well, it's that the African have a story, many stories to tell, and there's a diversity of languages, of how we call it already, the histories, like proper history, but also folklore, what we call folklore, to tell, and that's what would make the main difference in between African games and the Occidental games or Japanese games. But we can say that, but of course, African can create games that are similar to the rest of the world. It's not a problem. It's just that, of course, having something more to add up would be from the cultural space. And what I have seen so far from the studios I've been putting in front, they actually like to tell stories about their country or their hometown, whatever. I'm thinking, for instance, of Lomé Studio from Madagascar. They released a game that is called Dahalo, and they wanted to make it like nearly a triple A game, but it was a really decent game, adventure game, and you had to play different characters. And that one was a story that is only available, happening in Madagascar. So, and that makes a really good story to play through. Yeah, so that's, I could tell a lot of things, but that's a short answer.
Yes, yes. And then just to hear from Zuni what your thoughts on that are as well, why it's so important to be promoting African indie studios and the work that they are doing.
I would say on the influencer side, I work as a bridge between brands, publisher, and studio with and content creators. I think it's very important to promote indie studio with content creators from Africa, because now I'm working with a lot of people around the world from Asia, Middle East, America, and I hope in the future with Africans. And there's millions of players in Africa, and I think there's, as I said, for Africans, you guys can speak English, so you can promote any indie games. You can support each other in this environment and help the gaming sector to develop and to promote. Both studios, indie studios, and content creators from Africa.
Yes, thank you. And just to build up on that, Zuni, so you work with a variety of creators, everything from speedrunners to ASMR artists. And, now that we're talking about pushing for African games, and you've mentioned that the advantages that we have because we can speak English and we have all these stories that we can tell, what are some ways that you think African influencers, esports players, indie studios, what do you think they can do to make them stand out in this market? Because the gaming industry is very competitive. It's very saturated as well. Everyone is trying to do sometimes the same thing, but the different thing, but still the same thing. But essentially, what can African gamers do to stand out in this market?
Yes, so as I said, the big advantage you have is that you speak English. So you can grow from a local, popularity to internationally. And as they said, Africans have a strong identity and culture. And so if I can give you some advices for maybe some people who want to become an influencer internationally. Find a niche where you're comfortable in. I mean, in your identity, it could be games, it could be, as I say, I work with lifestyle content creators also. I work with some people in the cooking area. So many people. Like, I think everybody has the potential to become an influencer. And as I said before, you need to be consistent. You need to be passionate, to be genuine on what you do. And for Africans, I think you should build a strong local community first with many people, like, I mean, brands or studios or video games, and then you can grow up more internationally with other people. And I think you need to try to also build relationship with other content creators. Like, you can do it solo, but I think when we are all together in the same sector, we can grow up all together.
Yes, fantastic. Community is so important. So moving back to you, Cholwes, and really building on the African identity, you mentioned that you've tried to infuse that into your business and your work. So you have an all-female esports team, which is Gematrix Msimbi. And just walk us through that and why it's been so important to push for that kind of team specifically.
Yes. Like I said, when you're looking at the African esports context and building your brand, you also have to look at yourself first and identify the strong suits in you as a personal brand. So for me, one of the things that I found as a strength is I looked around and there was a female doing esports, so that's a strength. And I'm African, which is very rare to find an African personality building a esports brand. So what I looked at was also the need for an initiative like Gematrix Musimbi, because previously I would be asked by the Global Esports Federation to host qualifiers for female tournaments, and you try to host a tournament and only 3 girls will show up. And then when you look deep into the situation, you find they're very insecure about going out there, or sometimes they'll say they're coming, but on the day they won't show up because they're not comfortable. So really what I realized is a community is needed, a community that can sell itself to them, that they can feel they could be a part of a sisterhood where they could really connect with each other and play games. My vision is a situation where the program runs for a couple of months, and the players connect with each other, they learn skills, they are taught by professionals across the world online and some within Zambia. At the end of it, they get packages for them to build their own content ahead outside. And really that's for them to be ready for the opportunities like Sages Africa and everything else. We have the Esports World Cup coming up next year.
Amazing.
So females need representation. So it's important that as we're creating African brands, they tell the stories of our strengths about who we are, because if we don't tell our stories from an esports or female perspective in Africa, people will tell it for us, and you can't control the narrative when someone else talks about it. It will be their story and not ours. So that's what I feel about creating a brand. It should be us leading the narrative of our story.
Absolutely. And just speaking about creating a brand, a lot of people, when they look at influencers, when they look at brands that have done well, a lot of people tend to think that there's a formula to gaining attention and success when it comes to building your brand. So just a question for the whole panel. Do you think there's a template to being successful? Do you think there are certain steps you need to follow in order to gain that sort of attention?
For me, it will be quick. I'm not a professional with the brand creation. I'm a noob, so for me, it's like learning as I go. But what I found is it's also nice to show the real backstage, behind the scenes aspect of your brand and not the polished front view that everyone sees. So even like as we're trying to create content, even now for this event, what I try to do with my players is create the most raw content, like we're in the lobby, you know, about to eat some food, you know, just the natural, relatable content before we have the polished, you know, professional images. So I think it's also important to show the relatable aspects of your brand as you're building it.
Fantastic.
So I have a mitigate answer because as a marketer, of course, brand is actually very crucial. First thing, you need to have values and you need to stick to your values. But so you have to determine what they are as a person, of course, but as a company, an identity or a game or whatever it could be, you have to determine that. At the same time, I worked, as I said, with indie game studios that I put in front. And as a marketer, I also made things more, let's say, beautiful to the viewers. Like they would think my game was a big AAA game. You know, I would make it feel like it because I knew the techniques, right? But it wasn't, right? So, and it worked. Like people from Ubisoft or other Riot Games, whatever, came to my booth and say, "Wow, what's that game?" And they were like, "Okay, there's a newcomer in the industry." We were not known at all. That means it's just to say that with the marketing, when you have good visuals, you have good content, you have a good accroche, we say in French, I lost it in English, key message, marketing message, you can manage to make people perceive you as you want them, well, as you want them to perceive you. And that's marketing, that's branding. You can have a really rubbish brand at the background, but it looks really good into your eyes because you use marketing stuff to make it beautiful. So that's what I said. I had a mitigate answer, but the best thing is to be true to your values. Now, if you want to lie, you can, because marketing is also, unfortunately, used for that.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to add some things about what Melissa say. Is you can build your own identity, whatever if it's yours or another identity you want to create, and what makes you became someone popular and to gain visibility, as they say, you need to have a strong identity, a loyal community, high quality content. You should create content on every social media, and you need to be very, very close to your community, as I said. Yeah, and you have to be also, as I said, like have strong communication skills and be professional, because now we're talking about marketing, about business. You're working with professionals, so you can be as an influencer as yourselves, but this is a real job, so you need to be professional also, and then you can build like your influence and your identity, and people will follow you for that.
Just to add up, if someone has to take note of that, let's say you need to be credible, legitimate, to have awareness, and to I forgot the fourth one, but those are to me the way I always check point if I get what it takes to achieve credibility, visibility, that was credibility, visibility, legitimacy, and awareness. Those four things, you have to ensure you manage to apply them with different tools. If you feel you managed, then normally people will perceive you as you want them to perceive you.
Absolutely, yes. So it's really about building something that's authentic and that people can connect to.
Ideally, but sometimes it's not authentic.
I mean, sometimes you've got to finesse it just a little bit so that you get people hooked.
Sometimes you have to fake it. You have to fake it until you make it.
Yes, fake it till you make it. All right. So I just want to ask one more question before we open up the floor to questions. Is there anything that you guys are looking forward to seeing in the near future coming out of the African gaming and esports industry?
I have the mic, so I will start. Of course, I want to see more games, and they are coming. I can tell you there are a lot of games that are coming from everywhere in Africa. There are many different countries where you have indie dev studios, sometimes from one person, but sometimes there are like 5, 4, 6, 10 people. Don't forget that the very first game that came out from Africa was from Cameroon with Olivier Madiba and his company for the Orion de Legacy. Sorry. Orion de. Oh, come on. Oh, I forgot. Orion de. So sorry.
Take two.
The legacy of the Orion, the legacy of the Coriodan. Oh my God.
There we go.
And since then there have been a few that I've tried to launch. Sometimes they fail. Sometimes it's long because you need budget. You need of course machines. You need software, and it's not easy always to get those. But I trust Africa is going to release very, very soon, perhaps even this year or next year, some very good games. It would be great to have also an esport game from Africa. But to make an esport game, you have to make a game that is supported by the community, the African gamers first.
Absolutely.
And then it can become an esport eventually if it's like made for, fighting or whatever. Like as Desiree said, the game has to be versus. I mean, you have two teams that must play at least. And I have to just add to finish on my point is that Africa is actually the youngest continent. When I say youngest, it's not in terms of the existence of the continent, but in terms of the youth. The youth of Africa is actually the youngest from everywhere. And that's the key, to me, the key strength from Africa, because you are, both the consumers but also the content creators. We are getting old in in the accidents. The average people who are playing games is already 40 years old in France, for instance. So 40 years old. So we will create, but not as much as you will do in Africa. And since the technologies and so on are coming up very strongly and very quickly, I'm pretty sure in like a few years, your games will inundate the market. So the strength is the youth and your creativity.
Fantastic. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, so the same question. What are you excited about? What are you looking forward to in the near future when it comes to the gaming and esports industry?
So much like she said about the African titles, I'm hoping that in future we have an actual esports game that's curated, targeting the African community and also abroad. Then esports-wise, what I'm looking forward to the most is a lot more female inclusion in esports. So a lot of participation from female personalities across the continent in major tournaments, not just on the continent, but also internationally, so representing our continent internationally. So I'm really looking forward to that. The other thing that really excites me now is esports has become borderless, in the sense that there's a lot of collaboration that's happening across the board. We're able to connect with people in Europe, people in the US, people in Asia, and really towards the goal of building our industry stronger. I think COVID was the greatest catalyst, because I connected with so many people during that era, and I'm glad that we've maintained that momentum and things are starting to show now, and I'm looking forward to the progress that we can make as a community. Yeah.
Fantastic. And lastly, just a word from you, Zuni, as well.
So I don't want to repeat what my colleague said, but yeah, I think Africa and Africans will be the next focus for brands and publisher because there's a lot of young people and I think there will be more and more gamers, I hope male and female on esport gaming or whatever, and I hope in the future I will like work with African content creators, and so I need to work with my brands, international brands, to focus maybe in the next few months or years about how Africa is growing now. And I want to encourage local brands and also local content creators to keep going, be consistent, to keep posting content in order to develop gaming and esport in Africa.
That's amazing. Thank you so much. So that is the end of our panel on the jobs and careers in the gaming and esports industry. I do want to thank you guys for joining me. I think they've had a lot of insightful things to say about what it is and what it takes to really make the most out of your marketing. We do have a few minutes for questions, so I'm going to open up the floor if anyone would like to ask anything from Zuni, from Millicent, from Cholwe. Yes.
Are you like looking for any sponsors for next year? Like in terms of like fighting games? No, are you looking for like players to sponsor in the upcoming like next year? Like, you know, like for Street Fighter or Taken, like, you know, for the women community.
The question is for me?
Okay,
I think
yeah, for all you, for all of you,
all
all
of
of you.
us. Oui, est-ce qu'on cherche des gamers, des joueurs, etc. So as a talent manager, I'm always looking for new players, new content creators. You can be both, actually. Like I'm working with some French professional players on League of Legends, Rocket League, Street Fighters, many. And I encourage them to make content on the other side, like to be content creators and a professional player. And I work with many sponsors and partners who are looking for their new ambassadors. So yeah, I definitely looking for that.
I think that's the best way, but other than that, I know that in these indie game studios, they would love to have gamers that playtest, you know, their games. Sometimes they can't pay, unfortunately, for that. Sometimes they can, but if you want to be paid for that, you can, of course, go to some agencies. There is at least one that I know of. I can't remember its name, but it's based in South Africa. I think in Cape Town. Or nearby Cape Town, where you can subscribe as a playtester, and I believe they pay the playtesters, and so companies would go to that agency to organize playtesting sessions. But you can also perhaps do it from publishers from around the world, because now you can do that from online. You don't have to be physically there. And actually, other than that, it's one of the jobs you could also work on as a QA manager, so quality assurance manager. That's a job you find mostly in the publisher's side. In the publisher's side. So basically, you would double check before launch, double check that everything in the game is correct. Like all the windows that opens up, the dialogues, the voices, the subtitles, the language, the gameplay and so on are okay to be launched to the market.
I'm currently not recruiting. But yes, our esports team is primarily focused on fighting games. So the Street Fighter, Tekken, and Mortal Kombat. So it's mostly Mortal Kombat. Our players are arguably one of the best on the continent. I'm sure you've heard of Mr. 5000. I don't know if you have. But yeah, he's arguably the best on the continent. So yeah, we do sign, but we're not recruiting at the moment. But next year, our recruitment will be open. Yeah.
You know, I think create your own channel and try to get the contact of all the studios that have a game to play test, and you become a channel that actually is the reference for playtesting African games. That would be a really good way to help the continent, but also the developers, the studios, and yourself as well, because you can become a big influencer.
I hope that answers your question. We do have one more question, and also we have two more questions.
So I've heard a lot about fighting games here. I want to know, if you all play fighting games, who do you main?
Yeah, so I'm a shooting gamer, so I mostly play Apex Legends. But for Apex Legends, I main Caustic. I'm very toxic, so yeah. Then for fighting games, Mortal Kombat is my favorite game. For there, I main Cassie Cage, and I haven't played MK1. I've also played Tekken, where I main Xiaoyu. Yeah, mostly Tekken on the side. But for Mortal Kombat, it's mostly Cassie. I really like Cassie, so I can swift swing to Johnny Cage because it feels similar to me. Yeah.
Oh, for me, well, you know, I'm an ex-Capcom salary. So it's gonna be, and I grew up with a Street Fighter. So I will stick to Street Fighter, but I am rubbish. But I love fighting games, actually. I find it really cool to play, but I'm not very good at playing those.
Me too. I'm not a good player. And I prefer to pay people to play for me, for partners and companies. But well, I start on Soul Calibur and Tekken. I would say like my main is like maybe Kilik or Xiaomina on Soul Calibur, and on Tekken I think it's Nina. And back in the time it was Christina.
Hi to the panel. First of all, very beautiful. I wanted just to say this was, first of all, my name is Tabang Sizo Zulu, part of a gaming studio called Glitch Portal. We focus a lot on culture. So now within the indie game space, is there, okay, I'm not asking for like just only support, but is there like an opening for, well, you guys within the esports space, can you like bring in people within the indie game space to either like play test or form of promotion, or just to collaborate or partner with them on such, well, whatever is happening?
I didn't really get the question. Sorry, I didn't really get the question. Do you?
En fait, est-ce que les compagnies indé, elles mettent en place justement des choses pour créer des collaborations en partenariat avec des gens qui veulent participer?
Oh, so if your question is, do indie game studios create partnership with people? Is that your question? Can you take the mic? Sorry, we can't hear. As you don't have it, sorry.
I do apologize.
No.
Okay, now I was just saying partnerships or collaborations or anything within the esports space. Is
Within
there like
esports.
space to actually like support or just work with indie developers from you guys?
I think for esports it would be, I guess, for you. But if I try to answer your question, okay. So when I used to work as for an indie game studio, and at the esports section, what I would do is to take contact with the what we call the esports community. It could be like small teams that are not famous yet, of course, huh? But I would tell them, okay, do you want to learn a new game? Do you want to play that game and be the forefront of that game? And so they would say yes, for instance. Either a contract was signed off with those community esports teams, and then we would help them to go into events or create our own events so they could play and sort of get climb the ladder the more they do competitions, and hopefully get the game more famous as well. But that would mean we need many different small teams, and they fight against each other, and one of them will become at the top, and perhaps we can, while developing events about the game, about the championship, sort of championship of the game, then we raise the awareness of that game, and the teams that played also. It's like we basically work hand in hand. Is that what you were asking? Yeah? Okay. Thank you. Perhaps you have an answer to give as well? No. Okay. But yeah, you need a mic.
Okay, thank you for those questions, and thank you so much, Zuni, Melisande, and Cholwe, for joining us on the talk. Yes.
I think for everyone, if you were looking for more information about African games, first of all, go to Game Industry Africa. It's like a sort of online website where you get the latest information about African games. You have also a podcast and a YouTube channel that I'm going to check for you now, because I want to make sure I give the right information. So for the channel, there's someone here that is called
KC Media.
Media 291. So that is just next to you. So he does a lot of content around the video game industry and people who work there. And then there's a podcast that you can also check. It's from a Kenyan girl named Wendy Ndaki, and her channel, a podcast channel on YouTube, it's Creative Tech Convos Podcast. And also go to all the events from Africa. You go to the website and check every people who are coming as speakers, as even partners. And you get information from those people directly on their LinkedIn account, for instance. So you have to dig for the information, because sometimes it doesn't come to you. So look for it wherever you can. And you have already some big events. Africa Games Week is just around the corner now. You have a lot of interesting people that you can already, network with. And networking is key. So go to events like you do today. And talk to people and present what you want to do, and the synergies will come up.
Yeah. Thank you. Oh, and follow our pages on LinkedIn. Yeah. Also follow Team Gematrix everywhere.
In case you didn't hear that, that's Gematrix. Follow all their social pages. But thank you so much, everyone, for coming through. I think our panel really had a lot of interesting things and helpful things to share. And I hope you were able to take something from it with you and apply it in whether it's your business, whether you're trying to become a streamer or an influencer. I hope it's been helpful. And that is it for this segment of the Mzansi Esports Champions Business Day. We are going to be going on lunch for the next hour and 45 minutes. So please do come back at 2 o'clock because we have more talks, more panels from industry experts who will be sharing so many interesting things about esports and gaming in Africa. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you have had a fantastic lunch. If you are joining us now for the first time, we are here with the Mzansi Esports Champions Business Day, where we will be talking to experts in the industry, that is the gaming and esports industry. So we'll be talking to them, getting insights on what's been happening and where the industry is going. So now that we're back from our break, we will be transitioning into full-on esports. We'll be talking about the nature and the state of the esports ecosystem here in South Africa. So on my panel, we have got Glenn from ASA, we've got Tulani from Goliath Gaming, we've got Guillaume from Carry First, and we've got Junaid from UGC. So how are you guys doing?
We're good. We're fantastic.
Okay, that energy
We've
is
mutually
a bit,
agreed to be good.
Okay, that energy was a little bit underwhelming. How are you guys doing? You just had lunch, did you not? Yay! Amazing.
There we go. There we go. That's the
There
license
we
for our
go. That
audience.
is. We'll make do. We'll make do. Right. So just to get into it, I'm gonna just get a bit of a bio from you guys. Tell us a little bit about yourselves and the work that it is that you do. So I'm going to start with you, Junaid.
Okay, I guess we're starting with me today. So, hi everyone. My name is Junaid Bradlow. I am one of the co-founders of UGC. We predominantly focus on fighting games, our company. We've been doing it for around 6 years. And our main cause for doing this is we want to elevate the fighting game scene to be the best esport in Africa. So that's our goal.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Hi everybody, I'm Guillaume. I'm the VP of Growth at Carry First. So Carry First is the leading mobile game publisher in Africa, and our mission is to scale awesome content on the continent. We do so by building our own games, but also building a platform to sell the top games out there in the world. We partner with Activision around Call of Duty Mobile to do so, for example, EAFC, Riot Games, Valorant, and so on. So a lot of good stuff, and we love esports, and we organized the Carry First Africa Cup that just happened last weekend, actually.
Fantastic.
Thank you, thank you. I'm Tulani Sishi from Goliath Gaming, co-owner, and what we like to do, I always tell people when they ask me, what do you guys do? My first answer, to keep it short, we change lives. And how we do that is providing opportunities for players to be professionals in their respective titles, whether it's Counter-Strike, EAFC, Street Fighter, or Tekken. We try to facilitate the best of our abilities and provide them with all the hardware, the equipment, the training, inside and outside the game. We've expanded our management quite a bit. We've been running for 7 years now, and every year we get bigger, we get better. And the main aim for us is to try, teach kids that esports and gaming isn't just jumping on a computer and clicking heads or kicking soccer balls. There's more to it than that. You try to treat it the same as traditionally sports players would treat their respective games, whether it's rugby, whether it's soccer. There are similarities between the two. There's quite a lot. I come from a rugby background, and I've always tried to port a lot of it over to esports and gaming. Simultaneously, what we try to do is create events and tournaments and platforms for other players to develop the esports community in South Africa. That's an important part. It's how we get to sign players. It's how do we get to upskill them and develop them to go across and abroad overseas and compete at the bigger echelons, your esports World Cups, your ESWCs, your majors. Because that's the main goal. That's the main aim, just to show the world that South Africa and Africa can contest. We can provide champions for them. The biggest example was last year at the Esports World Cup. We came top 8 in the world, which was awesome. Gio Bianchi, Zaid, they're actually here today competing, and they were lifting the flag held high. We got Jabi M, one of Africa's best Street Fighter 6 players. He just qualified for Capcom last week, so he's going to be heading to Japan, and that's what we do. And we got the guy from ASA next to us, allowing us and providing us the opportunities. So I'm going to pop this over to him. Thank you, Big Dog Glenn.
Thanks, Tools. Guys, that was Tools. He was just telling you very briefly who he is. But the interview's over. He's at his time. I'm Glenn. I'm from Acer, and we're a technology company. We own 2 gaming brands. We own Nitro, which is our really good value for money brand that we sort of target into the market, into the mass market. And then, of course, we've got Predator on the high end, which is our top end brand and everything. We have spent the better part of the last 5 years investing in building esports at grassroots level. We had been working with ACGL on the Africa Schools League, and we took over sponsorship with them. We had around about 27 schools that we were working with. We're now up to 149 schools with just shy of 1,000 teams that participate, where I'm begging somebody to please check my facts, but I argue that it's the biggest esports league in schools in the world. And I'm yet to see somebody who can dispute that fact. And that is in partnership and how Acer has invested in growing esports at a grassroots level through education. So that's where we fit in. And we work closely with Goliath because they know what gaming is about. They call me Mr. Kong because that's the last game I played was Donkey Kong.
Interesting. We want you guys to take notes. Just remember when Donkey Kong came out. But thank you for that, you guys. So hearing about how you've really scaled when it comes to esports in schools, Glenn, how exactly have you gotten schools to adopt esports, especially considering that not a lot of parents are as clued up as to what exactly esports is? So what kind of methods, what kind of systems did you employ to really get schools on board with that?
So we started off working with the Cura group, and it's actually quite a funny little story. We were sitting in COVID, and I saw a social media post by somebody at Cura saying, hey, join our esports while you're sitting at home. And I popped them a little DM, and I said to them, hey, can we help you build your esports? Of which took them about 25 seconds, and I got a reply back, yes, please, we don't know what we're doing, help us build it. And what we did is we sat around the table with them. This was a virtual table, and we started looking at what their real need was, and what they needed really came down to a platform. What they needed was to provide the proverbial soccer field and just allow the kids to come and play. But what we needed to do was make sure that it was secure and that there were rules in place so that we could eliminate some of the bullying tactics and things like that that were going on. I mean, it happens all over the show. And we then worked through with the Cura group, and they were very open to hearing our ideas, spent a lot of time researching what we needed to do. And essentially, we also started working with the Cura management to see how we could plug it in, not just as an extracurricular, but as a co-curricular. In other words, how do we take esports and not only integrate it into the fun and games that happens after the school, but how do we integrate it into the classroom where they can learn stuff? And we use Minecraft to do that, for example. And the interesting thing about it, and this is where a lot of people will come back and they say, yeah, but you got a vested interest because you sell computers. The truth is we never sold one computer to them for 3 years. And when my boss hears that, he's going to say it's the worst return on investment. It's okay. But the reality is that we've seen that we were able to play a very important part in that transition of making it available. We spent time on webinars with parents. I think over the period of around about 8 months in the build before we launched the whole platform and got it going, we must have had about 4 or 5 webinars with experts from the industries coming through as well, addressing parents' concern, a lot of Q&A. The parents weren't the biggest obstacle. The problem was the teachers. The teachers saw it as a destructive and a disruptive element. Once we moved out of COVID, the biggest competition, the biggest obstacle was getting the traditional sports guys to actually turn around and say, hey, we'll let our guy stop playing rugby for a weekend so he can come and play esports because we don't want to lose him, and they needed to drop their guard down and realize that they can coexist. So a lot of work has been done in and around that. We spent a lot of time there. Our investment from a financial point of view, it's been there, but not massive. But the investment that the team is putting from a time point of view in working and developing coaches, working and developing and thought leadership, that's where our investment really went into.
Very interesting. Thank you. And just to ask Tulani, I mean, you guys have mentioned that you have this partnership with Acer. How can you just walk us through that, explain how it came about and how you've leveraged that partnership to really expand the esports ecosystem?
Yeah, so it started off as a soft partnership. We're actually traveling to Dubai for tournaments, trying to qualify for one of the majors for Counter Strike, and of course we needed hardware, and we can't obviously travel with our screens and PCs to Dubai. So we messaged ASAP like, "Hey guys, could you help us out? We're traveling, and we got 6 players traveling across. We need to be set up in Dubai with the number one equipment because." If you're a competitor, the only thing you worried about is specs, because that gives you a competitive advantage. If the screen is not the right size, if the screen doesn't have the right hertz or the right frames or the coloring, and it comes down to the hardware, right, as well. The more hardware you have, the better graphics card processor, the more FPS you have, the better competitive advantage to see the frames per second, right? So that was a shallow partnership, and we just grew year on year. And we don't only just compete, we try to develop the community, and they saw us and they saw our dreams to also develop the community, because that's an important part. We need to increase the player base in South Africa. So like you say, we're hosting events and tournaments to allow gaming to be more accessible, and they allow us to do that through our platform. So that's one of the ends of our partnership, as well as marketing campaigns and this co-creation between the two brands, which is quite spectacular to see. Ciao.
Amazing, great. And just for the whole panel, since you have mentioned accessibility, what would you say in your respective careers have you guys done to open it up and make things more accessible? What opportunities have you explored?
Yeah, I can I can take that. So this what he just said echoes what we've experienced with the Carry First Africa Cup, whereby these players who participated, so just for the context, for the first time we brought 6 national teams playing Call of Duty Mobile. We brought them in Kenya, Nairobi, to compete in person. And all these players know themselves, but it's the first time they were able to really, compete in a fair environment, because if you're not connected to the same server, you play with a disadvantage, basically. So you have to be in the same location, and this is what we did. And this has created a platform for them to exist on the esports scene, like on the African esports scene, and talk to brands, talk to sponsors. Goliath just mentioned the partnership with Acer. Like Team Ghana, for example, they managed to get a sponsorship from Samsung by themselves, but because the scene was set, like the Carry First Africa Cup was there, they knew that they would get visibility. So this creates an opportunity for them to raise sponsor money, basically. And this is a trend that we see in many countries, that the scene is professionalizing itself, right? So you have more and more opportunities for these players to compete at a high level internationally, and the interest from brands and media is pretty high, and it's getting higher. So this is great to see this, and it's good for the players, and it's good for the brands as well.
Fantastic. And I'd just like to hear your thoughts on that, Junaid.
So the thing is, with the way we've been doing things at the moment, we're trying to grow a scene that's very underground. So fighting games have always been like a very underground scene, and we've been trying to elevate that by making it a more apparent thing with content. So we see the value in trying to bring content to the scene, because what you're doing by doing that is you create stories for all these players that like you can actually want to meet these people. So we have Zara, like one of our Iron Fist, who's one of the competitors tomorrow, who's an absolute monster online. And the thing is, bringing her to offline events, people get excited to see these people. Like they're actually superstars. Like that's the really cool thing. Is like you go overseas and you meet all these massive like players that you've been watching online for years, and then you're in the same room with them, and then they want to play games with you. Like those things are like, we need to bring the way we see how we're going to grow the scene is we're going to bring international players down. The moment we can get a lot more international players down in South Africa, the more the scene will want to grow, because a lot of players play, but they don't want to come to an offline. So the thing is, offline is where life happens, is where you actually get to meet everyone that you see online. So sometimes, like, in my opinion, people are very toxic online, but when you meet them in person, they're actually the furthest thing from toxic. So I think it's the more offlines that we're doing, like I'm babbling, sorry, I apologize. But we've been doing a lot of work with Goliath Gaming at the moment. We partnered up with them for nearly everything now, because the whole thing is we believe in their vision and they believe in ours. And if we can elevate each other, we can take the whole scene to a whole new height. And that's our game plan. Like, we're not stopping until that's done. So you're going to see a lot more
Fantastic.
work from us. I'm just saying, like, from our side, we're going to be doing a lot of work together.
Definitely looking out for that. So when it comes to the long-term vision, what would you say would be a way to start integrating African gamers into the global stage? Because you've mentioned bringing international players here, but what about getting that exposure and that reach for the African players here?
So I'm going to speak about fighting games because that's what I'm known. Well, that's what we are. Fighting games. What's really amazing about competing with it is that you literally anyone in the world can rock up at any tournament and sign up. Like, you don't have to be a sponsored player. You don't have to do qualifiers online to get a free to get there to play. You can be a complete random, and you can win Evo. That was Arsenal Nash's story. Like, he literally went from Pakistan, went to his first Evo and won, and no one knew about them. And what that did is it literally blew up the Pakistan scene. Everyone from Pakistan started traveling because all you need is one player to make a difference. And it's one flight. You're one person. You can fly yourself there. So for fighting games, if you want to go around the world, there's nothing stopping you. You can get on a flight and just go there. We saw that when we went to Brussels. The amount of international players that were just rocking up because they want to compete. It's just, you need to take that leap of faith and believe in yourself and get that experience. And then when you come back, because Jabim's been doing it every single time. When he comes back, he hosts sessions and he tries to teach everyone all the stuff that he's learned there to elevate them all so that he can elevate himself as well. So it's all about growth. Everyone needs to work as a community to grow everything. I think that's the most important thing about it. Just taking what you know, and that's what we do as well. We go overseas, we see what all the big productions are doing, and we bring it back and do it like we do it our way. But we want to keep elevating everyone because that's how things grow. More brands will see stuff that they like because there's more people involved in it. So it's a slow process, but we're getting there. Like, we're gonna do it.
Fantastic, yes.
Tools will help us.
Every step along the way matters.
Yeah, I can touch on mobile games. Global competitions for mobile games. I mean, now everybody's looking at the Esports World Cup, and to go there, you need to win a regional qualifier in the specific game that you play. The problem is that there are not so many regional qualifiers in sub-Saharan Africa, which means that as a sub-Saharan African team, your chances to attend the Esports World Cup is maybe to be, an honorary invite, but you don't have the competition in your region that conducts to the World Cup. So this is something that we hope we contribute to change by showing these brands, these mobile game publishers, that Africa is a big market. There are many players. They want to play the games. They want to buy the games, and they want to play the Esports World Cup. So the more we prove that, the more we make it easy for these global publishers to monetize, to sell their content in Africa and understand the scene and that the players are there. I hope it will be easier for them to open regional leagues that brings people to the World Cup.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that does speak to that accessibility as well, so that people really do have a chance at elevating themselves and doing better and at a bigger, more global stage. So with that being said, I would like to know, I'll start with you, Glenn. What has been a standout moment for you in the esports industry that has highlighted the potential that South Africa has in progressing?
There's a lot of small, isolated highlights. I mean, I think back at some of the Comic Cons and Rage where you see the number of LAN participants who are standing around and they're funding themselves to get there. And then you have a look at some of the stuff that is being done by Ikasi Esports in Soweto and what they're doing, and what Goliath is doing in some of the grassroots areas in and around, and what Nick and the team from ACGL are busy down in Khayelitsha. For me, I've got a very different take. I believe that the stadiums will come, but we need to capture why technology, particularly not only in a game-based environment, but everything in and around it, is so important to the future of Africa. Because to me, gaming is a gateway drug into getting the technology adoption. We're as a diaspora are on the brink of an evolution of technology adoption, and esports is just the fun part of it. It's the icing on the cake. But if we have a look at the development of the games that are coming through, there's a lot to be proud of. There's a lot of there. What we can't be proud of is how we are still fighting our own little battles and everybody's trying their own thing to get something off the ground here and a little bit here and a little bit there. And I think what'll make me proud, and I'm going to change the thing, not what has made me proud, but will make me proud of South Africa, particularly in this case, but Africa as a whole, is when we stop waiting for Europe and America to help us out and establish us, and we get together and we put aside our own little agendas and we actually collaborate to get something going off the ground that is made in Africa, for Africa, by Africa, that we can take forward. We get that right, and we won't only attend the World Championships, we will win it, because our guys are used to dealing with obstacles that others aren't. Imagine you're playing where you're sitting when you're playing in a game where all of a sudden your ping is sitting at 50 and everybody else is used to dealing with 2. And suddenly you get to play on an even playing field. That's the equivalent of going from a rugby field in the middle of the bush and suddenly being playing at Ellis Park. And all of a sudden you get to benefit and see how good you are at running rugby, at those sorts of things. So I believe that the highlight for us in terms of development of esports, we haven't seen it yet. We haven't even seen the grassroots starting to shoot yet. What it's going to take to get there is all hands on deck, and us actually sitting around the table working together to get it to the next level. And I think that particularly South Africa, we're behind the rest of Africa in terms of getting those structures in place.
And how do you think ASA can contribute to that?
It's a difficult one from a branding point of view, because as a company, we are a commercial opportunity. So what we want to see is we want to see eyeballs getting to what we're doing. Here's what we can do, and this is what we are doing, be it a lemonade stand at Rage to bring everybody and help everybody get everything together, or be it that we're involved in esports within an education environment and things like that. What we can do is in our personal capacity or as a company, almost a little bit as a CSI initiative, be dedicating our time, our resources, our intellect to do it. We've got to be responsible from a company point of view. We don't have billions and billions of rands to put into this. We need government to step up. So we are, for what it's worth, actively engaging with parties to see how we can accelerate it. But I think that once again, in the same way I'm warning against waiting for Europe and America to save us, I think as an industry, we also got to be careful that we shouldn't be waiting for corporates to come in and save us. We need to get together as people with a like-mindedness, because it is not a money problem. It is a coordination problem.
Yes, quite right.
Amen.
Amen to that. Yes. So Tulani, I would like to know, Goliath has worked with a lot of these brands, your McDonald's, your ASA. So I would like to know, outside of brand partnerships, what are some other ways that you've explored towards growing Goliath and just also esports in general?
Well, the main thing is a lot of these brands need solutions to whether it's a problem, whether it's an issue, whether it's a market they need to tap into. We love being innovative. So we'll sit down, we'll brainstorm, all right, this is the best way they can tap into their market with also achieving our objectives. Our objectives is always going to be the same thing. Develop esports in South Africa, give opportunities to players to compete locally, accessibility, and also go compete abroad. We've had a lot of success with sending players everywhere and every year to compete, whether it's in America, whether it's in France, whether it's in Dubai, to raise the flag high. Every event we go to, we get the same thing. You guys are well managed. You guys treat us well. You guys have this, that. And it's like, of course, is that not the standard? Is that not what usually competitors do? So it's just kind of strange to hear that from a lot of the TOs overseas. So I'm like, geez, we have so much untapped talent in South Africa. How do we keep plucking that out on a consistent basis? We're sitting with 14 players now. We used to have 25. We ebb and flow in terms of how many players we have. But it also comes down to what characteristics and personalities that players have. People are brands themselves. People like to buy into stories. You've heard the story of Taba Molloy. You heard the story of Giulio Bianchi. It's one of those stories where they've come from nothing and put themselves in a position to gain everything. And we support them. We give them everything they need, from training to equipment, being able to travel to the right places. And it's also about being at the right time, at the right place with brands and also with players coming into Goliath Gaming. And like Glenn said, it's about like-minded people coming together for a common cause. And that's what Rage is all about. That's what Comic-Con's all about. That's what the activations we run as Goliath Gaming is all about. We try to attract people and we sit down and we discuss with them. Even last night at the cocktail party, we met a few like-minded individuals and they just sparked my mind when it comes to game development. It's like, okay, my dream is always to create a game that a lot of people like to play. It's not like Counter-Strike. Right, we adopted the game, now we want to play the game. Imagine making a game from South Africa or from Africa that the rest of the world enjoy. So then we get to decide where the servers go. We're not asking for the servers. We're the ones who are sitting with tubing with the advantage and eventually get the game to the World Cup or get it to the Olympic circuit or just get it in circuit in the esports ecosystem. That's one of the things. And the next thing is just to create a circuit where Africa are engaged and intertwined, and we can just decide who's the best in each title to send to the World Cup to be able to compete and be competitive. But infrastructure is an issue from the hardware and connectivity point of view, but that's slowly but surely getting debunked year by year. We're getting better at connecting different regions, different places, and giving them access to compete and be competitive. Join Rage, join Comic-Con, and then we get to see these people, and that's what ultimately brands want. They want to piggyback off stories, success stories, to be able to market their brand, market their product, and that's how they ultimately sell. They sell people's stories, not the product itself.
Absolutely. Yes, Junaid, go ahead.
Can I just add to that? So
Absolutely, yes.
What he's talking about is 100% correct. And what we're trying to do is build those stories through documentaries, through all these small things that people take advantage of. Like, if you ever have time, there's a whole documentary of like the best 8 Tekken players from South Africa. They all flew down during COVID to fight against each other, and to like, their player was involved as well. So Callum was one of the players that literally represented the whole of South Africa, or the whole Southern Africa, at the Tekken World Tour Finals. And like, there's certain moments that their players keep having that actually make people realize in South Africa that we actually do have a chance to compete at the highest level. Like, we have Jabim beating Tokido at Kumite, like in front of thousands of people, and who knows how many are online. And then you have Callum taking a set of John Ding, who literally came second at the World Finals. And everyone was stunned by the stuff that was that these players that they're producing can do. And we want to be able to show those stories. We want to build those stories so people can actually follow these people. It's so important to like have it, like, you have to have stories to tell, or else no brand wants to be a part of this anyway.
Yeah, that makes so much sense. And Tulani, like you said, having sent players all over to all these different countries, I think I'm going to pair you in for this question as well, Guillaume. How do you think, you know, we've spoken about the brands, we've spoken about how they benefit and how the esports organizations can benefit, but how do you think it's helped the development of the players themselves, having these experiences and being able to compete at such a prestigious level?
It's funny, right? We have players coming in. We sign them, it's the first year there, and they can only share a few words. They're interview shy, they don't know what to say. And then after some media training, we have Gabby Brandania, Styx's sister, who's just a magician when it comes to PR and marketing and prompting players and getting people in the right position to, whether it's a radio interview, physical interview, they get more confidence throughout doing these, right? And you can see the players grow and develop. Right, whether it's in their speech and their confidence, even in their walk, how they carry themselves. And we always make sure they're well behaved and they're representing the brand well. The brand always comes first. That's an important thing that all our players know. And through that, they naturally develop into that. Right, and then more events they attend locally, internationally, that's just experience. It's natural. You'll see it from traditional sports all the time. I remember when Patrick Lambie couldn't do a single interview. And in his second year at the Sharks, he was just brimming, kicking balls during interviews. But that just comes with being in the right environment, surrounded by the right people, surrounded by the right brands. You just naturally grow. It's not something that can be taught. It's something you have to experience.
Right, right.
Yeah, I fully agree. I mean, last weekend in Nairobi, we had these teams from Morocco, from Ghana, Kenya, South Africa. By the way, NXG won, so the South African team is the best Call of Duty Mobile one. Kudos to them. And yeah, these guys, like most of them, it was the very first time they went out of their country, you know, and they were like with their friends, meeting other players. So the experience was very exciting for them. They went on TV, like they were live on TV in Ghana, in Kenya. They were interviewed by The Guardian. So all of a sudden, you're like playing Call of Duty Mobile at home, and you become projected on the global stage. So yeah, I mean, I'd like to see them next year to see how they progress with these things. It was very fresh for them, you know, very new. But you can tell that. And then it shows that there is a path. You know, it's not just you play a game. Now you can evolve as a leader. You manage a team. Call of Duty is 5v5, so you have your team with you. You talk to brands, you talk to media. So there is much more than just the fact of being good at playing a game. And I think esports also shines the light on all of these opportunities that are around the players. If you organize a grassroots tournament, you have to deal with logistics, with online communication, with rules, with a lot of things that as a young person, you learn so much by doing this. So yes, play games and organize tournaments. These are incredible experience, and we have like. This guy sitting right there is a pro, an ex-pro Valorant player in the South African scene. Still is, and now.
Shout out to that.
What's your Hutchie is your gamer tag, right? And now he's a social media manager at Carry First. He creates content that's viewed by millions of people around the world. So it just switched very naturally from being a pro gamer to being a professional, and he has this thing that's like he knows how to create this content that resonates with gamers because he's one of them. So parents, message for you here: if your kids play games, it's a good thing, right? They can make a good career out of playing games. Encourage them.
100%. Thank you for that. So just in closing, I'd like to ask the whole panel, what is something that you're excited about, something that you are working towards in the nearest future when it comes to contributing to the esports industry?
All right, so I think from an esports industry point of view, I've got to choose very, very carefully here because there's some stuff in development that's a little bit under NDA at the moment. But I think from an ASA point of view, we're obviously, there's a lot of our technology is determined by the international demand. So we're seeing the growth of handheld consoles moving quite expeditiously. But I think handheld consoles are moving, and they are providing as a higher spec in engagement to mobile gaming. So I think that's sort of a transitional product in and around that. But in terms of what we're then bringing it down to a local level, we still believe that there's a big need for us to be investing in grassroots development. So, a good example of that now is down in KwaZulu-Natal. There's the KZN Esports Federation, which is a group of individuals who have set up a small federation in partnership with the Department of Sports in KwaZulu-Natal. But they are in need of basics. Now, when I say basics, you got to understand what they're looking for is 5 monitors, 5 gaming devices, T-shirts, and a Wi-Fi wireless router so that they can get out into the communities in and around the KwaZulu-Natal region in eThekwini and places like that. And we believe that from me as a country manager for ASA is that I believe right now that is the most important investment that we can make. People are not hearing about those investments. They're not hearing about those developments because they're not big stadium events. And as much as we want to get into those stadiums and take a Soccer City around the corner and have 50,000 people come in, we're not going to get there unless we start investing at the grassroots level to get that done. So for me, the proudest thing is this curation of these little hubs, these little tribes of gamers that are out in South Africa, in and around Africa, where we're investing in helping them develop and get their little projects off the ground. And I'm going to hand over from this point over to Tools, because Tools, I want you to build on that and talk about what you guys are doing with McDonald's to bring it into the communities. And that just goes to show that that's what this is great. This is very important. But this is talking to people who are already in the industry and adopting. And what happens is that we end up marketing and talking to the same people and trying to sell the same people the latest devices, or we're trying to get them on board. They're already on board. What we need is we need to grow the base of gamers in South Africa and in Africa to get it going. So I think that that's the one side of it that's there. And then there's another thing that I think is on the horizon. Right now, as we speak here in South Africa, there's a bit of a court case going on between Vodacom, who's teamed up with the Minister of Trade and Industry, versus the Competitions Council, which is around low-cost fiber to the home into entry level, into the lower income areas. That has to happen. Forget about esports. That has to happen so that we can see adoption within technology in every single household in South Africa. Only 10% of the households in South Africa have a fiber connection to their home. We need to be working to get that up, and then everything else will come into play.
Yeah, well said, Glenn. To build on his point, a little backstory. So when I started gaming, it feels like this industry has progressed in a reversed manner. I would be able to walk down the road, go to an internet cafe, pay 10 Rand to play for an hour. Any game that I'd like.
Yeah.
That doesn't exist anymore. I can't name a single internet cafe that has all the titles and high-end equipment. I can't name one. I go back to my city in Durban and I can't find one. And that didn't make sense, where we had about 10 in Durban. We were known as one of the most advanced esports communities in South Africa back in the day. So the idea with our campaigns with McDonald's we're running, it's a nationwide campaign where you go to each McDonald's store in Cape Town, Pretoria, Durban, Johannesburg, and run activations for FIFA, Street Fighter, and Tekken. Free entry, you don't have to pay any entry fee, to make gaming more accessible, to one, provide them with the equipment to see if they got what it takes. And they're going to go tell their friends, next year we're going to come back. They can go enter here, and we change it up. And it provides inclusivity as well, because they don't know what it's like to hold a PlayStation 5. It's an expensive piece of commodity, or play the latest games. So that's important. And just dialing back to it, how do we make gaming more accessible? Cool. Internet infrastructure, that's important, especially the cost. Fiber isn't cheap. I remember dial-up was still expensive back in the day. Now fiber is just exorbitant to be able to play your online tournaments, play your online games. So to be able to break down all those barriers to entry to gaming and esports, it should be as easy as kicking a soccer ball in the field. That's what esports should be. And that's how you create a good community. You have the user base big enough to warrant having it hosted in the stadium. You need the people to rock up at the game, but they also need to know what they're watching. And that comes down to educating the people, educating the parents, the universities, the schools. Eventually, government should be able to subsidize majority of those costs like they do in FIFA. I mean, in football. Like they do in rugby, like SAFA does there. They've done phenomenal work. I come from a rugby background, so I can see firsthand how much integration the government has into getting more people into the rugby fields, into the Sharks Academy, into the Lions Academy, Western Province Academy. It's all over South Africa. So if we can do that for esports, granted, it's a bit more of a cost, but I mean, is it really? If we had to pull all the resource together, all the knowledge together, and be able to spread it across Africa, because it's not only isolated to South Africa. It's a common problem, a socio-economical issue that's across the board. And if we can collectively do it, Glenn said, you know, the Kenyan Federation is more advanced than South African Esports Federation. That's true. I couldn't believe that, how true that was. But at the same time, we've been able to send more players to international tournaments than any other country in Africa. This dates back to when I was watching at Rage 2004, the best Counter-Strike players been sent overseas. That's how far back it goes. So we've always been in the international scene. It just hasn't been as mainstream, and it's been to a select few that have a select opportunity and certain income bracket. So yeah, providing more opportunities to the people.
Fantastic. And then just a quick one from Guillaume and Junaid, and we'll wrap things up.
Cool. On connectivity, just a quick mention to Fiber Time. I don't know if you know this company, but they are equipping the townships with fiber access for 5 rands a day, unlimited fiber access, 5 rands a day. So these guys are your future players are going to come from there.
Shout out to that.
And for us, we're looking forward to Carry First Africa Cup 2025. We'd like to bring in more games. So it's mobile games mostly, but we're not, we're at this stage, we're pretty open. Mobile gaming allows, it's easier to compete with a mobile game because basically you have access to phones more easily. So yeah, we're looking at that, and we want to fill a stadium actually. We want to fill a stadium with an international competition in Africa. Let's do it, guys.
Fantastic.
Okay, I'm going to keep it simple. It's collaboration. Collaboration with everyone is how the scene is going to grow. We have an amazing company called Sages that have been backing us for this event right now. They are really making dreams come true. We got people from all over Africa that are going to be competing this weekend. We have Lauren and Michael from Rage that have literally been with us from the start. They gave us our first opportunity. And you know what? That's how we grow. So you have to get those opportunities. You have to work hard. It's like, as much as you think like traveling around the world is cool, you have to get there. You have to work really, really hard to get to what you want. So don't give up. Like it is possible for everyone. But I'm going to keep it there because time.
Absolutely. And thank you so much for that. Thank you to our whole panel for contributing some very interesting, helpful insights on what the gaming ecosystem is like here in South Africa. If you do have any questions for them, they are around, they'll be on the floor. So please don't hesitate to ask any questions. Thank you, guys. That is unauthorized. We'll be moving on to our next panel, which is esports cooperation in Southern Africa. So I would like to welcome Mbuso from the Eswatini Esports Association, Tisetso from the Lesotho Esports Federation, Jenny from Ellis Shilengudwa Incorporation, and Tianjane from KOTG Esports. Please, gentlemen, clear the stage. Welcome to our panel. It's good to have you here. So like the panel is going to be talking about, we want to hear from you guys, what has collaborations been like within the different countries? So here in South Africa, Lesotho, and the whole of Southern Africa. So I'm just going to start with some quick information about you guys. Just tell us about yourselves. I'll start with you, Jenny.
Hello. Okay. So I am the General Secretary for the Namibian Electronic Sports Association. I have been since 2017. I mostly contribute to them from a legal perspective, as that is what I do for a day job.
Hello, my name is Tia. I am the marketing and events organizer for KOTG and the General Secretary for the Esports Association of Malawi.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mbuso Dlamini. I'm Vice President of Eswatini Esports Association. My role is I oversee all operations for the association, which is mainly the directors. I direct everyone in what to do. Yeah, I'm like the main guy.
Hello, everybody. My name is Tisetso Mzansi from Lesotho Electronic Sports Federation. I am the vice president of the federation. My role is it's primarily to be the right hand man of the president in his absence, take up his roles, that is to lead, that is to actually see the federation doing its designated duty. Thank you.
Fantastic. So Tisetso, I actually want to start with you, and I would like to hear from you, what is the esports ecosystem looking like in Lesotho currently?
Actually, I would, I wouldn't say much about the ecosystem of Lesotho because I would like to categorize ourselves as an infant in the sphere of electronic sports. We are, yeah, we are a newly registered federation, finding our feet. For instance, the Rage Expo is our first competition that will be sending our female athlete outside the country. So yeah, there are challenges, the red tape, education, awareness. The market is generally untapped. People don't know much about it. There are challenges that need patience, that need capacitating, and yeah, I think that's what I can say.
All right. So just to highlight the fact that you say there's been a lot of red tape, a lot of obstacles, challenges that you guys have faced, I'm going to pass this question to you, Tia, because you work in marketing. How have you navigated these challenges when it comes to awareness and making people know about esports here in Southern Africa?
So like for us, KOTG and the Esports Association of Malawi, we have utilized what we call game zones. I think you call them internet cafes. We call them game zones. Those are like the first place that anyone can learn about esports. So we are working with them to at least have a lot of people access computers, consoles, so that at least they could be involved in esports. And we are also working hand in hand with the government to at least help the association develop itself. Yeah.
All right, thank you for that. And I just want to talk to you, Jenny, about just to expand a little on some of the work that you've done in the esports industry.
Well, luckily, Namibia doesn't really have problems with recognition as far as our government goes. I contribute to things such as the constitution, bylaws, making sure the agreements are in place, and mostly when other federations ask to assist with them, because that's an issue that many other countries have, that like their federations don't get the recognition from their governments that we have, that we enjoy currently. So that's an obstacle for many of them, and where we can, we try and provide what we did, or help with documentation or the channels that we followed back when we were still struggling to get it done. We try and assist with that, for example. But like I say, we don't have issues with our sports commission, for example. So we're lucky. They don't. Maybe because we laid the groundwork correctly long ago, and now we're set. But it's just keeping things on track at this stage.
Okay, so now that you say that you guys haven't had any of these issues that you've had to face, what do you think other countries that are struggling can learn from you and the groundwork that you guys have laid to ensure that there are less issues down the road?
Well, you have to start out with very, very big heaps of patience and perseverance and keeping at it. And I know what a struggle it is if the people who are supposed to enforce the things from, for example, sports commission side, don't even know what is expected from them, for example. And it sounds strange to say that they need to be taught what they need to do for you, but we had occasions where we had to do that, where we had to sit and explain and say, listen, this and that and that. And I think a big struggle that all of us will have is countries like Korea will get great funding opportunities from their governments, which we don't get. That's a struggle. If we got 40,000 a year from our sports commission, we were very happy, and we didn't even get that every year. What do you do with 40,000? I mean, but it was a lot when we started. It was difficult, yeah. So, yeah, perseverance. You have to keep at it. You can't accept no for an answer because then nothing is going to go anywhere. And there must be somebody who does it. Somebody must sit there and keep at it until somebody listens to you.
Absolutely. Okay, so going to forward a question to you, Mbuso. I would like to know what are some of the achievements that the Eswatini Esports Federation has had in their journey so far? So maybe also just walk us through their history. How old are you guys, and how has the journey been so far?
Okay. Eswatini Esports Association is 2 years old, actually. 2 years old. We were established. My phones. We were established in. We were established in 2022, 6 June. So our achievements have been, we've been recognized by the ISF, we've been recognized by the ACDS, which is now ACES. So this is our first major tournament actually, and even for our females. What I can say is that we've had many challenges as normally, but I find us in a very good position considering our age. 2 years and what we've achieved, many don't have that. And I think we're really lucky and we work hard at what we want. That is.
Yes, that definitely speaks to the perseverance that Jenny was talking about. And so Tiseso, you can contribute.
Okay. To add to what he has already said, I think what I can proudly stand and say that we have achieved, like they have, we are recognized by the same federations that have been recognizing them, and it has been quite helpful because having to get that kind of support and that kind of recognition nationally is a challenge. But when you have that kind of support from the continent, from the international world, it gives you hope, it gives you strength, it gives you a base to build up on. So when we go nationally, we can, we have something to stand on, something to challenge them with, to tell them, no, people, this is something that is happening. Let's take this road. Let's not be left behind. The world is taking this place. This is not just playing. This is actually a living. This is actually a lifestyle. This is actually, how people make a living out of this. And there's a whole lot of diversity to be explored. There's a whole lot of market to be tapped into, and a whole lot. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fantastic. So Tia, just to build on what Tisetso has said about really tapping into that market and solidifying it, what do you feel KOTG Esports has done to strengthen their esports community?
So the first thing, as I already said, is like we are trying to, I would say, teach our government how important esports is. So that at least they could help us develop our market and we could develop our market properly. And apart from that, I would say that apart from the market, we have achieved a lot as KOTG because our association is, I would say, 1.5 years old, and we had our first national competition last month. And today we're here. So I think we have achieved a lot as an association. And we are working towards building relationships with other associations as well as being recognized by other esports bodies. So at least that will help us tap into the market of esports in Southern Africa, and internationally.
Oh, that's fantastic. So you did mention working with other esports organizations. So this is a question for the whole panel. We'll start with you, Jenny, if you have any insights into that. But my question is, how or are there any collaborations that you have had so far? Because I see all your federations are fairly new. They're younger than 5 years, but you guys have achieved so much in the time that you've started. So what has that journey been like? Have you explored any collaborations? Are they on the horizon? Have you had any already?
So ours is old compared to my colleagues. But so no, mostly we take part in international events. I know that Namibia, for example, if there are ISF titles, we have friendlies. We have done friendlies with South Africa. We have done them with Ghana. We would like to do them with more people. We are also trying to, I must get Glenn's number, because we've been trying for a while to get esports recognized as a sport in our schools, and we've got some stuff done, but it's like it's not going as good as we would like it to, and we would like for that to be available for the scholars to also compete against neighboring countries. That's a vision that we have, but it is not as far as we would like it to be on any of the fronts. But hopefully with events like these, it's improving. Yes. And I mean, the one thing I must say is the value of knowing at least somebody in the other countries after you've met them in an event like this, where you can phone them and say, let's do this, I have this plan. So I have big high hopes that it's going to go better from here.
We collaborated with the Zambian Esports Association. They are the ones that helped us with the expertise to work with the government, how to develop ourselves and how to build ourselves. We learned a lot from the Zambians. So I think that's a great thing for us. We collaborated them a lot. And with this event, I'm looking forward to building relationships with the other associations. I think the Eswatini Esports Association, the Lesotho Association, and the Namibian Association. So that's what we are looking forward to. And we are also looking forward to finding, building relationships with at least game developers, game storytellers, and at least everyone involved in esports.
For us as a Swatini Esports Association, we have collaborated with Ghana. We do friendlies with them, and Senegal. Senegal are the ones actually who helped us into forming our association. Because at first, beyond 2020, 2021, we were just gaming, nothing else. So we had this thing of wanting to play in a professional manner, because we will see it in social media that people are getting paid, people are living our dream. So we wanted that too. So we had the contact and a Baba from Senegal. He helped us with everything, taught us everything. So we're here today because of him. So what I would like for us as the SADC region, I would like us to form maybe our own sub-region group, whereby we can have tournaments, so that those tournaments will raise awareness in our community, in our areas, so that the market can grow, so that the people can be aware that there's esports, and we have now and then competitions. I hope this competition is not just ending today. It will continue for a longest time. That's what I have in mind. That's what my president told me to say. Yeah, I just want us to create maybe a SADC panel. Yeah.
Oh, okay, thank you. I would say in terms of collaborations, we haven't really had some, but then we have contacts like Sophia in Morocco. He has been holding our hand and trying to show us around and connecting us with certain people of influence who can get us in different places where we could properly set up and start building. So our biggest challenge, like I've been saying, has been the red tape that we've been faced with. There were tournaments that we're supposed to attend, and the mere fact that we're not recognized by the government was holding us back, and we couldn't be part of. But I am glad that we are finally getting over, and we are legit right about now, and we can go anywhere and collaborate with anybody we would, who would, yes, thank you.
Hello. Okay, yes. So Mbuso, you mentioned that you have this vision for a Southern African alliance that's formed between the esports federations. So I would like to hear, because I mean, you have your peers, your colleagues here with you. What do you guys think what would it take, and what resources do you think you would need in order to make this vision come to life? Because I think you guys have illustrated how powerful collaboration is, and how talking to other established federations has really helped you progress. And I think working as a unit, collaborating with all these other countries and organizations can really double your progress. So I'd love to hear from the panel any ideas that you think might help solidify and bring this vision to life.
I actually think it's all down to funding. It's all down to funding. How well funded we can be as a SADC panel. For example, I don't know how I can put this, but I think. Can you repeat your question, please? Sorry.
Not a problem. Not a problem. So, you guys have collaborated with other esports federations across the entire continent, but you have mentioned that you would like to see Southern Africa forming an alliance where it is one whole federation. So, you've mentioned funding as one of the things that you think will help bring this vision to life. But I mean, we can call upon the rest of the panel to just contribute to how that could possibly happen.
I think maybe he forgot. Just last night we were talking to him about these Region 5 games, and we saw it as an opportunity to ride the wave. There already a tournament taking place, so there's no esports representation in the Region 5 games sphere. So we're talking about how we can ride the wave and be part of it. So it will necessarily need us to help our fellow brothers and sisters in the region who are not yet recognized by their governments, who are not yet formal. So I think it will be of great importance to check up on them, to advise them, and to keep motivating them to keep going and fighting, so that we can have it as a whole SADC thing, and so not just the four of us or the five of us. So it should be the whole SADC thing, and we should be solid and formal. I think so.
Yeah, fantastic. Tia, do you have anything to contribute to that?
I would say, as you said, it's all about funding. So I would encourage like the associations that have funding already to like collaborate with the associations that do not have funding and host SADC games. So let's say this year we would have like a SADC game maybe in Malawi, and then the next year we would have like a game, a championship game maybe in South Africa. So like the resources that let's say have been used in Malawi or were expected to be used in Malawi would be transferred to the other country, at least to promote them. So it's all about funding. Have the funding. The ones that have funding should help the ones that don't have funding. At least that would promote the regional games, and it would promote the regional cooperation.
Thank you for that. Jenny?
Well, I was not sure how this turns off on itself, but okay. I think also we can start like faster and smaller with, for example, the friendlies that we do with South Africa to practice for ISF. We can start doing with everybody, no, without the funding necessary yet. I would also like to move to, for example, what Tia has said, where we can, among ourselves, have tournaments and not only participate in international ones. For that, we will have to start with plans and maybe choosing titles that are maybe separate from those so that we can play something else for a change. But yeah, we will have to start with the roadmap and speaking to each other, and maybe start with everybody raising their hands that wants to be part of that, and then develop plans from there, I would say.
Absolutely. And then just a last question, and this is for the whole panel as well. I would like to know, what is the next step for you? that will contribute towards your growth as a federation? What is something you'd like to see yourself achieving in the next, we'd say, about 5 years?
In Namibia, for us, it is bringing the esports to schools, as I previously mentioned. That is our next project that we would really like to aim at, because currently we feel it should also be an option. There are children that are very talented in this, that don't play tennis or rugby, and we would like to give them the opportunity to play this as their sport in school already. So that is what Namibia is aiming at the moment.
Fantastic.
As for Malawi, what we are aiming at is to fix the infrastructure challenge that we have, and to have working relationships with other associations and to be recognized by esports bodies. And apart from that, we are also trying to include a lot of women to make esports inclusive. So we are working on at least collaborating with game developers to port their games to mobile, because we've noticed that in Malawi, the accessible device platform for esports is mobile. So we will try to work with game developers to at least have them port their games to mobile, to have a lot of people participating in esports in Malawi, and a lot of women, because that's where a lot of women are. If you think about it, a lot of women have mobile phones than PCs and consoles. So if the game developers were to port their games to mobile, that would help a lot of women into esports. So that's what we're working towards. And we're working on collaborating with other artistic people, let's say musicians. We want to, at least when we're having esports games, we shouldn't only attract gamers, we should attract a lot of people. And to do that, we have to involve different arts, different creatives. So we are trying to work with musicians and other people to at least also invite non-gamers into esports, to also make them feel welcomed. So that's what we're working towards too, and that's what we're trying to achieve as Malawi.
Okay, as of Eswatini, currently we're working on starting an esports league. It will actually start in January. It was supposed to start in November, but because of infrastructure problems, it's couldn't. So now we've postponed it to January. We wanna do this esports league. I think it's one of the things that are gonna take us to the next level in terms of gaming and everything. And then we are looking forward to doing the schools thing, the schools tournament. Because as of now, when you talk about esports to parents, or maybe let me say teachers, they think it's mainly gaming, like senseless gaming. So we wanna change the narrative. We wanna show them that a child or a person can have a clear career pathway through esports. Yeah, so that it's.
Okay. I would like to see us in the next 5 years with well-established structures that covers the country as a whole, because Lesotho's topography is a challenge on its own. Elements of accessibility, infrastructure are really challenging, because there are regions or areas which do not have internet connection at all because of the topography. Mountainous regions, they are far away from the access and everything. So would like to overcome those kind of challenges and have everybody involved and everybody having equal opportunities to join in and to participate, and also to fix our sponsorship and our funding so that we can be able to facilitate it and to do it. So I would also like to see us attend a whole lot of competitions internationally and regionally, yes, and I think by the continent, and that would be seen as growth on our side. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that. A big round of applause to our panel. I think they are doing some amazing things when it comes to solidifying federations and getting us moving forward in the esports industry. They've done a lot for themselves in the time of their inception. So a big shout out to you guys, and thank you so much for being a part of this panel. We have people that are actually on the ground. We have actual indie game developers here with us. And we'll be talking about the state of game development in South Africa. So please give a big round of applause for Thabo from Space Salad, Nikki from 24-Bit Games, and Kush from Pineapple on Pizza Studios. Please grab a seat, make yourself as cozy as possible. There's plenty of space, so you can have as much room as you like. Welcome. So we're just going to get started with a quick highlight of who you are, what it is you do, and some of the highlights from the work you've done recently. Thabo, we'll start with you. Woo! Woo! There we go.
Okay, I should introduce myself.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Sasha. Thank you, Mzansi Esports, for hosting us. My name is Thabo Tsulo, and I'm from Space Salad Studios. I'm the CEO and co-founder. And if you guys don't know us, we are a multi-award-winning indie game studio that specializes in gamification. And what makes us unique is we make we make games based off social commentary, and we use humor to break down some of these complex themes in our games. So thank you so much, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Hey guys, I'm Kushal Sitlu. I'm a CEO and co-founder at Pineapple on Pizza Studios. We're a games and digital arts studios, and right now we're focusing on making local content in the form of mobile games. We've got a few games like I'm a Taxi and Chowdown coming out right off the back of one of our games, Bry Guy, and we're really trying to make local content for a local audience, you know? Local is lekker.
Hey, my name is Nikki. I am the head of HR at 24-Bit Games. We're currently South Africa's biggest video game studio. I'd say we're a little bit different in that we don't make our own original video games like my two co-hosts here, which is amazing. We actually are a co-development and porting studio, so we have a lot of international sort of publishers that we work with. This means we've gotten to work on some really cool titles. Most notably, Cocoon has recently been garnering quite a bit of attention and have been nominated for numerous awards. And we've also recently been acquired by Annapurna Interactive, which is a big international indie publisher. So yeah, that's me.
Hello. There we go. So that's fantastic. So, Kush, I just want to start with you. You've mentioned that your games are very much infused with South African flavor. Local is lekker. So, can you please just walk us through what the challenges have been, but also the advantages of making games that are packed with South African content and themes?
Wow, I think there's there's so many more challenges than people expect. First of all, when you say local is lekker, I mean, we're the Rainbow Nation. We have so many different types of people. So catering to a large audience of people and really getting that essence of South Africa in there is a really hard thing to do. And you really have to get your feet on the ground and speak to people to really get in touch with that. But that's the best part of it, when you make this local content and then you actually go out to events like Comic-Con. Like last year we had Bry Guy there, and to see people's eyes light up with like a little bit of wonder and like, what is this? When you say, hey, do you want to play Bry Guy? That's like one of the it's one of the best things that there is in terms of doing this local content. But it is a challenge, and especially when you're looking at making it accessible for more international audiences, that can be especially challenging. Like one of the things we're doing with our game Chowdown is we have a glossary of local foods that you can access from the menu of the game. So that way, you know, we can show off jalebis, fat cooks, milk tarts, all of these things, and actually give the world, when someone from overseas is playing, an insight into why is this treat or this food so important to us? Why do we connect with it, and why it's important?
Love it. Okay, so my mic is just being a bit weird, but just before we continue with questions from for the interview, I'm interested in knowing from Chowdown, what's one of your favorite treats or desserts that is featured in the game?
For me, I'm a jalebi lover, but you know, I'm also Cook Sisters. You know, it's a
yes.
problem. It's an addiction. You know, everywhere makes it too accessible.
Definitely. I can agree with you on the Cook Sisters. I inhale those like in one sitting. But speaking of the local content and speaking of how diverse we are as a country, there are so many ways that we can put that into our games and the ways that we address it in our themes. So, you know, flipping it over, Tabo, you make South African games, but you focus on the social commentary aspect of that. Can you just kind of walk us through what some of your games have come about from that vision that you have?
Woo! So we like to think of ourselves as like, or the mission is always to focus on the human condition, right? So it's not necessarily, yes, the themes they might be South Africans, but we always focus on like what affects us as human beings, you know, like, because what we want to do is we want to create games that not only appeal to a South African audience, but also appeal to international audience because of the themes. So for example, with Pooh Weekly, we collaborated with the renowned cartoonist Zapiro, and Pooh Weekly is actually a 2D side-scrolling beat-em-up game where you get to become president. And with a game like that, you can plug it and play it everywhere. So you can play it in like, you can include like international politicians and all of that stuff. So that's something that we did there. There's also a game called, we rebranded it to Roni. It's about rhino poaching and animal conservation. And we teach people about like the endangered species and like what kind of animals are being extinct. But the main focus is a rhino, which is found locally. And yeah, so that's literally our approach when we're designing our games. We look at like social issues that not only affect us. Oh, we also have a big one, Dopa Dash, you know, about the street surfers, the guys that push the trolley. So it's like Mario
Yes.
Kart, but with recycling. And you find those informal waste pickers all around the world. So we look at like issues like recycling, conservation, politics. That's like a global thing, and everyone is affected by those things one way or another. And we develop games, and then we use humor to like I said, break down those complex issues to make it more fun and entertaining.
Yes, definitely. So, I mean, you have mentioned that these kinds of games will connect with people at a human level. It will inspire them to be more aware and conscious of what's happening in their lives. So, you mentioned, circling back to your collaboration with Zapiro, how do you feel that kind of collaboration with someone who's in the creative space but not a game developer, how do you feel that has enhanced the game that you made, Pooh Weekly?
So it's really done a number for us because he's so big, you know, like that guy is knighted.
Yes.
I don't know if you guys know, but like he's
He's
knighted.
he's an absolute icon. and
Yeah, like he's a goat. So that has really like brought a lot of attention to us, both good and bad, because he has a reputation. But we as Space Seller Studios are big on like collaboration, right? And even within the name, I was doing an interview on KFM, and this lady like made me realize that even with the salad, there's a lot of ingredients. So that's like the foundation of our company. We're always looking to collaborate with different companies, different brands. But speaking about Zapiro, like the game itself is like such a big it has such a big impact. You know, a lot of people are like playing it right now, and like people are really excited about how we took political satire and cartoons and how we've gamified it, and we didn't like gamify it in a way that you would expect. You know, you literally playing as your favorite political leader, and you like beating up social issues. You know, like you doing what politicians, and maybe I'm wrong to say this, but you're doing what they're not doing right, you know, or vice versa. So
Yes.
it's a really good approach or a different outlook, you know, and it's really funny again with using his caricature and his art style.
Love it, yeah. So I think collaboration very big. Kush, I'd like to hear your thoughts on collaborating with whether it's other studios or just other creatives in the industry.
I think collaboration is one of the most important things for us, especially as a growing industry in terms of games. Because when you look at games, games is, I mean, it's a culmination of so many different art forms. You have your 2D art or 3D art, your music. You know, there's so many things that go into a game that there is so much room for collaboration. So one of the things we have looked at is collaborating with fashion brands, you know, influencing our character designs and actually going to people when we create certain characters from certain regions. Like Tabo has mentioned, how you can take your game internationally. With Bry Guy, what we looked at was bringing in new characters from different locations. And with that, we want to partner with brands, whether it's fashion, whether it's games, so we can push games in both fronts and ultimately create a better game, create a better audience, and get the content out to the people.
Fantastic. So I have a question for you, Nikki. Now that we are, I would say collaboration is the overarching theme of our panel discussion today. Is there anything specific that 24-Bit Games looks for when working with other studios?
I mean, definitely, there's always different things that we look for with other studios, but I see 24-Bit Games actually, we're more the studio that will partner with you because you have a need that needs filling, right? So when I'm listening to Tabo and Kushal, what I'm hearing is obviously for them, they're needing they're wanting the collaboration to form part of their game, very creative sort of outlets, right? When I think of collaboration for 24-Bit Games, what I think about is more the creative side is taken care of. Our job now is to make sure that that creativity, that game is accessible on as many platforms as possible to as many people everywhere in the world on whatever console they play on. And in that sense, I think our collaboration is more one where it's essential for skill. There's actually skills in our company that worldwide, internationally, it is very difficult to come by. That's why our studio is able to grow the way it is in that sense. And it's very important that we're always there to also help with other studios in South Africa who want to port their games, because we know as much as everybody might be a skilled developer, might be a skilled artist, nobody can make a game on their own. And sometimes you need lots of people to be involved. And you can't always have that person as an employee. Sometimes it just makes more sense to have a strategic partner or a supplier in that sense. So for us, I suppose we would have to look at the sort of portfolio, and we're very aware of sort of the cultural impact games have. So I would say maybe one of the top things we'd look for is to make sure that they have positive social messages, or they're, you know, it's not an offensive game that will be maybe in that way. I think that's where we'd have to align sort of our cultural beliefs and all of those things with the broader spectrum. And obviously working with as many African developers as possible is important for us, because that's what we want to do. We want to highlight African games, not just South Africa, but African games in general.
Yes, absolutely. And with that being said, the unfortunate part of being an African developer is there will always be a level of underrepresentation. So what has been something that 24-Bit Games has tried to do to really push for more representation in the work that they do with other studios and in our house as well?
So I suppose we mainly obviously work in-house. I'm going to speak from our in-house perspective, because one of the things I truly believe is that, you know, I had a conversation, or I attended a talk at Joburg Games Fest, where Ben Myers said that at the end of the day, games are very empathetic. When you are making a game, you are making a game based on empathy. You are reaching an audience, you are making them, lots of people feel represented that in other medias they're not. And in saying that, I still believe that one of the things we mainly push for is still way more diversity in the workplace. Unfortunately, I think it's still a big problem that there is still not as much representation of underrepresented groups in a lot of the industry. It is still very much a privileged industry to be in, having grown up in that, which is difficult in the context of South Africa. So we're trying to, number one, get involved earlier with students who are studying IT to show them viable career choices and still create that passion and get more underrepresented groups into gamings, because in that way we can make games that reach more and more people and touch on more and more topics and make people feel seen.
Thank you. So I do want to forward this question to Thabo and Kush. So you took part in the Creative Africa program, and I'd just like to get some insight into what that experience was like for you, because you were part of a cohort of so many different types of people from so many different types of backgrounds. Is there anything that was a highlight for you, or was there anything that really influenced the way that you move forward now as game developers?
Yeah, I think the program had a massive impact on us. I think especially with us being more in the startup phase of our game design and development journey, it really helped us look at the business side of things and realistically take a look at how you make money in games and how to use your money in games and how to look at the industry and the space and the market you're in. So in terms of that was like the biggest kind of hit in the face. It's like you have to get this right, because you can't just be making games. If you want to be in games and you really want to do this, you also have to look at how do I sell the games, and you have to put a lot of research into that, especially when you're looking at like mobile games. That's an entirely metric driven kind of field. So the program really got us that kind of information and got us in front of the mentors who could give us the answers to the questions that we were actually asking and didn't have answers to. And then on top of that, I mean, we got sent to Paris. So, you can never complain about that. It was such an amazing trip. And it's things like that, as well as the other networking opportunities that they provided, that really give the benefit of adding that credibility to you. Having been in a program like this, being supported by these kind of people, having this much investment put into you as a business and as people, it really helps the most, I'd say.
Yeah, I think Kush covered a lot of it. But personally for me and our studio, it was really impactful because we were able to make long-lasting relationships. We're in the same industry, but I only got to hang out with Kush during the whole Creation Africa thing, and she's not just the only one. Like working with or being in contact with people that I look up to, like your Tebe Makugus, your Julians from Bhutan, and also making new friends, in that space. That also means opportunity for collaboration. So there's a couple of things that we've been planning behind the scenes, projects that we'll be working with the cohort of Creation Africa. So for me, like the networks was really great. We were able to meet really great people, learn from them, and have like shared experiences. Paris was amazing. It was my first time as well. The grant was also amazing. Like it's always nice to get free money.
Of course.
But yeah, man, it was like a real experience. Yeah, man, like I wish I could do it again. I don't know if Emanuela is listening, but can we sign up for a second time? But yeah, I mean, it was an awesome experience. Yeah.
Fantastic. And Kush, you mentioned, mobile gaming and how that's something your studio is looking to tap into, how it's metric driven. Just walk us through that. How do you see it contributing towards just the development of games that are coming out of South Africa from indie studios?
Well, I think when you look at South Africa and, just looking at the general African audience, a significant amount of people have mobile phones, and a significant amount of people don't have an actual gaming console like a PlayStation or a PC where they can properly game on. So I think especially if you're looking at esports, that's something that when you look at mobile games, you can realistically bring to a large audience in an accessible fashion. And I think that's something especially that we're looking at, because mobile games, it's a very small thing in South Africa right now, and it's starting to grow in Africa as a whole. You know, we see studios like Malio and Meccan Games, and they're starting to make local content. Malio had some stuff with Disney, I believe, and so we're really starting to get bigger and better, and we need to put in more effort into that. And especially when we're looking at esports, you know, why don't we have a mobile esports league where somebody can come with their phone like straight out of school, and it's actually still an opportunity for them to get in. They maybe don't have to go to a specific venue or have a specific degree of equipment. They can actually just be like, well, if you have a phone that can pretty much have WhatsApp, then you have a shot.
Absolutely. So I just want to pivot a little bit. So Nikki, you have highlighted that, you know, you are an advocate for underrepresentation, especially for women, and it has been something that has come up throughout today, where in gaming and in esports, women do feel quite hesitant to just be active participants in the industry and really, you know, be active players rather than just being behind the scenes or in supporting roles. And you have mentioned that throughout your career, you have had that freedom to explore what interested you and just take it head on. So what advice do you have for women who are feeling a little isolated, feeling a little underrepresented?
Yeah, it's a topic I'm quite passionate about, but I don't think we have enough time in this panel for me to really go through. But I suppose it comes down to a few things, right? I think a lot of this industry, whether anybody, you know, a lot of the industry, we are an industry full of a lot of neurodivergent people. We're also an industry of a lot of people who are not as outgoing maybe, and because of this, I think women can feel very hesitant to come forward, especially if we look at online gaming. I mean, the statistics of women that are harassed or whatever online for playing a game, it doesn't really create an inclusive environment. However, having now grown up in this, I do believe what we're doing in South Africa, at the very least, is trying to build a more inclusive community in the video game spectrum, in the gaming community. And moreover, I think there are a lot more girls, luckily, or women like me who can say they're quite confident and outgoing and quite happy to be the voice there, and getting to work with other women like that, that hopefully we can show a lot more women that actually this is a great community to be a part of, and we're there to work to make a great community for everyone. And it is hard, but I encourage every woman in whatever degree they're going into or whatever sort of career they want to go into to ignore what I like to call the noise. The noise is society's expectations of what you're meant to be like, society's expectations for you to dress away, be away, not be loud in a way, not be this in a way, to rather ignore that noise, because at the end of the day, the only person that is with you 24/7 is yourself, and you're the one that has to live with yourself in your head. And if you can go to bed at night and be really proud of what you've done in that day, then that's something to really strive for. And yeah, just know that there is a community to support you. There are people that understand what you're going through, and there are people actively trying to make it a better industry. And there's nothing wrong with having a passion for video games.
Definitely. So for those who don't know, the Mzansi Esports Champions Tournament is an all-female Tekken tournament, and we are having representatives from different African countries come to compete. So Nikki, I just want to know, what are your thoughts on that? Like, having an all-female tournament is quite something, quite significant. And how do you feel that might contribute to really growing and solidifying that community for women.
Yeah, I think that's great. And I think it's a good starting point. There needs to be a space for women to make themselves seen and heard and things like that. And then hopefully, in sort of physical sports, we're always told that the reason why we separate men from women in physical sports is because obviously there is a natural physical difference, which is fine. But I'm really hoping in esports now, there should be none of that there. Once women in this all-women gaming competition have made their mark, have garnered their fans, have shown people that actually we're just as great, we're just as exciting, whatever the word might be, that actually we're able to reach a point where we're just having an all-people tournament. There is no reason in esports that this be gendered. There really isn't. I don't understand why it is. Your skill is not based on your physical attributes. It's based on your talent or your practice or everything like that. And I think this is making really good strides to get there. That's where we've got to get. We've got to get a voice, and then we've got to get to that sort of playing field.
Absolutely. And I just want to throw this question out there. I believe the best in people. So I assume, Kush and Tabo, that you are allies of women in the game development scene. So I would like to know...
What's your answer?
Yeah. What's your answer? Thoughts, maybe?
Well, I mean, obviously, as a gamer, all you want is more people to enjoy games. So I think events like this are so awesome. I mean, like, I had never even really seen something like an all-female tournament on such a big stage. So having something like this at Rage, at such a... I mean, like, I've known about Rage since I was a kid and I couldn't even go there. So, like, it's such a huge thing. And I think it's great for other women in gaming, seeing that there's a space. Obviously, I don't wanna mansplain because I think Nikki hit it perfectly on the head. But yeah, it's awesome. It's events like these that get more women into the space, get more women especially comfortable getting into the game dev space. Because especially like Nikki said, there's a lot of people who just are in the field but aren't comfortable actually, being in the field in terms of with people and in big groups. So I think these events kind of make it more accessible, and it's great.
Yeah, definitely 100% support women in gaming. I just think also being like on a realistic approach or looking at it from like with anything else, because we always doing social commentary, and just like with any group that has been oppressed, like there's steps that like you need to take steps and this is like the right direction, and I fully support this because this is like a great start where because I remember I was speaking to a colleague of mine, Avuzwa, and she's part of the Women in Gaming Week. Yeah. And so we usually have these conversations, and she was telling me about like, because I was like, why do you have to exclude certain groups, or why do you have to exclude men, or why don't we just all play together? And she's like, no, but like sometimes you need to create an environment that is safe. You need to understand that men and women are not the same. Like certain issues, like we can game wire like hardcore nonstop without having any interruptions. With women, there's things I can't speak on them. Again, mansplaining. But like you need to set up an environment first that's safe, that's conducive, that allows for women to be safe, to be themselves. And then, and you also mentioned like the build up towards that. So I think it's a great initiative. I fully support it. I wish it could happen faster, but obviously, just like with anything else, like I mentioned, anyone that has been oppressed, whether it's Black people, whether it's the LGBTQ plus community, it takes a while for people to accept and like allow them to play with everyone else. But initiatives like this, like WIG, that opens up more opportunities for women to come together. I think that's like a really great start, and I really support that. I don't know where I can sign up though, but I really wanna like do more.
Yeah, just to add on to that, I think though it's also a case of it's not so much a lack of interest from women. I think a lot of time people think that women aren't interested in these male-dominated fields or whatever. I think it is also a case of, for example, in video gaming, particularly in if we're talking about our sort of context, choosing a career in video games for everyone is actually more choosing a career in passion. And the reason I say that is because it is, we have excellent, it's not saying that there are no female developers, right? It's just that female developers are going to go and say, well, now I've worked really hard in this male dominated industry. I want to, quite frankly, get the bank for it. And getting the bank means working at maybe a bank, literally, or something like that, right? So the most difficult part, I think, is I don't think women don't feel capable or that they're needing to craft this sort of thing. I think what we're needing is to have more passion and show that you can have a career here. Yes, you're going to have to work harder to get that bank maybe, but we need to get more passion for it, where they're like, I am going into IT because I have a passion for making video games, not I'm going into IT because I'm in a male dominated field or whatever. That's also a little thing we've got to do, but we'll get there.
Definitely. And it was mentioned by a panelist earlier today where she was saying that in order to really progress in getting women to feel comfortable going into this space and this industry, is it cannot happen in isolation where it's just women who are pushing for this and pushing to be in this space. We need to have allies like you guys who are advocating and facilitating that space where women will eventually feel comfortable. Otherwise, it turns into an echo chamber, and then we don't see that progress. So I agree as well that this has been an amazing start to what could be a really leveling the playing field when it comes to having women be active participants in the games industry. And I want to just kind of circle back to the actual work of being in the industry. And I just want to know, so from my experience, a lot of people are interested in being in the games industry, not just as developers, but in whatever capacity they can contribute their skills. So I would like to ask a panel-wide question. What are the ways that people can get into the industry, whether they want to be in the business side or law or want to be actual game developers? What are the steps that they need to take? Because it seems like the reach of the resources and the education, the information when it comes to getting into the industry kind of falls short. It doesn't go very far.
Cool. I'll just kick us off just because I feel like being in HR helps this a little bit. So I think one of the main things about anybody who wants to get involved in games is you need to do sort of your research. I always say I feel like before I got into the industry, I didn't actually think what went into making a video game. I was just consuming the media and extremely excited that that media existed and engaging with it. And then when I got in, I actually saw this is a business that has a lot of different fields that you can get into that unfortunately currently are we've got great universities doing great things, but the degrees don't quite pinpoint where you can go into. You can't specialize in one thing. We get a lot of people that have like masters in game design. Game design is an incredibly broad topic that can mean many different things and isn't quite the same thing. You need to research, what is it I want to do? What career am I interested in? What part of game development am I interested in? If you're interested in that coding and the IT part, great. Go into development. There's plenty of degrees, BScs, the computer science degrees, the game engineering degrees, etc. But there are other places. You don't only have to be an engineer. You could be a script writer, although also research how many sort of jobs are available for your intended career. You could be an artist. Then you need to figure out, do I want to do 2D art or 3D art? Which art is more intriguing to me, or which art has better, which art is more popular right now, right? Because it also changes with fashion. Then you need to think, or maybe I just really like project management. I feel I'm an effective communicator. I'm able to do a lot of planning and organizing and getting teams together. Then you've got to look into production. Maybe you like finding out more different sort of bugs and things like that, then you'd go look at QA. So there are so many different parts. Being part of the gaming community doesn't mean you do everything. You need to find out what it is that you want to do in the games, start there and get involved in the community. Because as much interest as there is in being in the gaming industry, there is also a lot of people interested in it that all have very similar skills to you. So getting your face known around the community at community event meetups, at places like this, at Joburg Games Fest, at AGW or Playtopia, whatever the case might be, that's how you get in. It's working hard, showing that you have not only the skill, but also the passion, and you know the direction that you want to be in, where you want to start and where you want to head. At the end of the day, we all live in a capitalist society. We can't all be starving artists. At least get paid while you're doing the thing you love to do.
Yeah, I think basically what Nikki said in terms of you've got to get used to making friends in this industry. Collaboration is one of the biggest things. No one does anything alone in a game. Just if you go and if you take 3D for an example, if you go and look at 3D, there's like 20 plus different job roles that fall under there: 3D artist, 3D prop designer, 3D concept artist. So I think especially what Nikki said of knowing where you want to be in the industry before you go in. What type of games do you want to be making? Do you want to be making just racing games? Because then that's something you can work towards, and that's something you make yourself known as you appear in the industry. That's the kind of project that you try and make yourself skilled in, because you don't want to be a jack of all trades, master of none. Then you're just wandering around lost. So you have to find what drives me, what direction do I want to go, when I'm sitting in a room and I'm thinking about what do I do next, what you need to have that kind of clarity of what do you want to do. And then if you can bring that passion into your job and you can find that alignment, I think that's when you're in the best possible place to get into the industry and actually enjoy it and succeed from it. In terms of an information point of view, I think if you're looking to get into games, there's more than enough content out there in terms of tutorials and things like that. So especially when it comes to looking at what a job might entail that you're looking at, it's really easy for you to go and see, how do people actually do this? What does it entail? What's the process? What software am I using? And to actually give it a solid try before you commit to getting into it. Because, it is a passion field. So the worst thing you can have is you just have somebody there who doesn't want to be there, isn't committing anything creatively. And yeah.
Yeah, I should go first because you guys come up with the best answers and I'm left here with nothing. But I think for me personally, it was about inspiration, with any industry, a lot of kids want to be Spider-Man. A lot of kids want to be Cristiano Ronaldo. I think just as much as research is important, I guess it kind of falls into research, also knowing what you want to specialize in, but having that idol or somebody that you look up to, that success story. For us, when I was starting out, it was like Free Lives. I think that was the first South African studio I found out or I knew or I heard of. And then finally meeting Evan and the guys at Free Lives changed my life forever, because I was like, because I'm a believer, I believe in, if I can't touch you or see you or smell you or use any of my senses, you don't exist. You're probably like AI or CGI. But when I meet up with you in person, then that dream is a lot more possible, and it's a lot easier to grasp. And again, as someone of color, as a black male in the industry, when I was starting out, there was no one. No one to look up to. I couldn't be like, yo, I want to be like Busiso or Temba, in the gaming industry. So our mission when we started out was how do we make so much noise that we make it possible for other black studios or other young black kids who want to develop games? How do we stand out and make it seem like, yo, it's possible, give them that courage to say, okay, I'm gonna jump for it. I don't know how, I don't know where to start. That's why I even did workshops and like we visited like townships and stuff to teach kids how to make games because we wanted to fill that gap to show that okay, black child, it is possible. You can make games. Maybe that's why we're not represented in games because games are not made by us. So finding that inspiration, finding that role model, and saying, you know what, one day I want to be like Tabo, because I definitely 5 years ago or 10 years ago I would have wanted to be like me, and not just to like be funny or like overconfident or whatever, but like I think for me it's like inspiration. You gotta find find that person that inspires you, find that mentor.
Yeah, you need that goalpost. Yes, shout out. Yes, shout out. Yeah, I mean, like we have discussed in this panel, it really is all about representation. But when it comes to figuring out that first step, it's research, research, research. So, in closing, I would like to ask you guys, what is something that you are looking forward to as you continue your journey in this industry? Yeah, I'd just like to hear some of your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to growth, man. Like I see a lot of studios coming up, independent studios, and I want to see competition. I think that's something that we need in the industry, especially amongst the developers. Like hip hop was able to grow exponentially because they had like beefs. Not to say we want to create like game beefs. We can pretend. Me and Kushal could meet in our studios and be like, we're beefing in public, but together we're playing PlayStation, But like having that, yeah, but having that competitive spirit, like, oh, Kushal is doing this. How do I beat him? Or the guys that disputed people, or attribute, or glitch portal. You guys are doing amazing stuff. When I see it and I wake up and I see a post and I'm like, they're going to Portugal. I have to wake up and work. That's what drives the industry. So I think positive competitions, that's something that I'm looking forward to.
Great.
Like speaking on that growth over like the past 2 years, I think just looking at the industry, looking at the students coming out of the industry, because of the access to the information, we've seen the games grow so much. You had like such small games like 3-4 years ago coming out from the smaller people and the individuals, and now you're seeing like first-person shooters and like fully produced games that look like they could be on Steam. So drawing back to that competition, it's awesome. It's so exciting to see other people's games, other people's content, see like all of these other studios succeeding. Because like, I don't know about everyone else, but when I go to like these games festivals, I'm like, oh my God, are you serious? That's South African. Oh my God, show me who made this and like where I can buy it. It's so cool. So I mean, that's always just exciting. I think from us as a studio, we've got a few of our games coming out over the next year. So I'm really excited because it's that local content. I really want to get at events, see people's reactions, get South African feedback. And yeah, I really want to see what's possible in this industry, but I also just want to see people get their hands on the game, get playing it and really having fun with it. Because I mean, as a game developer, that's the goal. I want to make people have fun.
Absolutely.
Oh, my answer makes me feel like I'm going to be very old now. I suppose for me, what I'm most looking forward to is trying to actually make a difference sort of in the skills aspect. I truly believe that we are in a very unique position in South Africa when it comes to game development. And that's actually part and parcel thanks to our labor laws. If anybody knows anything about the international market, we know that there are mass layoffs at many different games. There's not a lot of job security. There's not a lot of that, right? That's something that South Africa really has an advantage. Number one, whether we like to admit it or not, our weak currency makes us incredibly likable overseas. People like to fund us because they actually can spend less, get an excellent quality product, and we are still able to make a living. And number two, I think what's important is when we start looking globally, locally we have a lot of talent, but it's raw talent. We need to refine that talent and we need to create more skills in there. We need to try and intervene earlier with a lot of people and help influence a lot of curriculum so that when they're entering the working force, we're not having to spend as much time onboarding them or teaching them completely different things, which then delays us, right? Because the big problem is we'll get great people in, but we're relying very much on their ability to learn, because we know whatever degrees they've come from, whatever they've self-learned, actually then releasing the games on different consoles or understanding the sort of business development side or keeping that sort of thing afloat, that's what is keeping us down. So it's going to be really exciting, because I'm personally hoping, and with the help of my studio and all of, well, not my studio, but my colleagues and everything, that we get to actually make a difference now in the community. We feel that luckily we've gotten to a point where we're not only growing, but we're profitable. And with that, we really feel that we have a responsibility to now say, okay, we need to help other people get to a point that they don't need to make mistakes to learn things, right? You know, when you start a business, you're both entrepreneurs, you know, a lot of your learning has come from failing, being like, okay, let me not do that again and do it. But it's sort of like a 2 steps forward, 1 step back thing all the time. We need to get to a point where you all can meet somebody, say they have the experience, they've studied XYZ, I can hire them, and within a week, they're able to do what they've got to do at an international standard. So, and I believe we're getting there. I just believe we've got to continue intervening as soon as possible.
Fantastic. It's amazing. It is great to see people who are excited about what they do, because I feel like that is going to be such a significant contributor to the progression of the gaming and esports industry. So you want to have people that are a goalpost, like Thabo said, and you want that goalpost to be someone that you can really look up to, someone who truly embodies the essence of gaming. Because, I mean, gaming is amazing. It's fantastic. It's exciting. And I think that's something we don't want to lose sight of as we try to develop these skills and refine the economy as we continue. So, Thabo, Kush, Nikki, thank you so much. And that brings us to the end of our panel. Thank you. If you have any questions for them, please feel free. They'll be on the floor. Approach them, ask any questions, get in contact with them. Like we said, collaboration is key. Thank you.
Thank you.
So everyone, that brings us to the end of today's program. This is the Mzansi Esports Champions Business Day. I hope you all had something valuable to take from this experience, and you can really apply it moving forward. And thank you so much for being here and spending time with us. And please come through tomorrow, because that's when the actual action is going to take place. We have our 8 representatives all across Africa coming to compete for the best in the continent. This is the Mzansi Esports Championship.
Thank you all for your involvement and your presence here. Thank you to our beautiful host, Sasha Lee, for this awesome journey with all our partners. So we have finished for today. It was the first edition of the business meeting here in South Africa. We talked about esports, we talked about video games industry. Of course, we talked about our ecosystem here in South Africa, ecosystem in the region. I hope everybody found something to help himself doing something. So tomorrow we are coming for the competition. Tomorrow we'll start at 10, I think, for the competition, with our 8 ladies coming to fight, to compete for this 3rd edition of the Esports Champions on Tekken 8. Sunday we will have a small day, because we will finish, I think, around 3 p.m. So be ready to come in the morning if you want to follow the finals. I think it will be a really, really great moment with some of our better players. I saw some of them playing on the PS5 today. It's quite impressive. I think you will have a good day of competition tomorrow, and of course
on Sunday. So thank you all. See you tomorrow. Enjoy your night. Goodbye.